Good evening, everybody. This hearing on August 12th, 2025 is now in session. I want to make a move to take and approve the transcripts from the June 24th board hearing and make them the official minutes. All board hearings are transcribed now electronically and serve as the official minutes. They can be reviewed if anybody would like to see them, either online or make an appointment with the liquor board office. I need a second.
A second.
Thank you very much. All in favor? Aye. Aye. So passed. Okay, Mr. Hurdle, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Abraham Hurdle, counsel to the board. At the beginning of every meeting, council makes a few brief announcements. First, the commissioners are part-time public servants, and they have other outside interests. When they know they have a conflict of interest or the appearance of a conflict of interest, they will recuse themselves. They cannot possibly know who will appear from the public in any given matter, which may present a conflict of interest to them. If anybody believes that any commissioner has a conflict of interest in any matter, you have to announce that to us as the case is called, and the commissioner or commissioners, as the case may be, will deal with that accordingly. If not, then the commissioners will proceed with all hearings under the assumption that there is no conflict of interest. Secondly, the rules of the board provide that the chair, for the purposes of administrative and judicial economy, can have the board's counsel, myself, rule on admissibility of evidence and objections if there are counsel present and objections are made. This board handles many cases at every hearing, and this assignment allows us to expedite the hearings. So rather than the chairman turning to me and me advising the chairman, I'll simply make a ruling, and my ruling will be that of the chair. Lastly, we have two commissioners tonight, so if there's a split decision, that would amount to a rejection of any transfer or new license application. Mr. Chair?
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, Chief Gottschalk, if you'll call the first case.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our first case is for Brass Rail Liquor and Pub.
Thank you, Mr. Bittner.
Anyone wishing to testify for or against, please come forward, remain standing, and raise your right hand. Please remain standing and raise your right hand, please. Thank you.
Hold 1 second, Chief.
Go with that. Yep. Okay.
What we're going to do is, this officer is going to be handling the save violations. He's going to be sworn in this case, but will not have to repeat himself as far as the oath and so forth on the following cases tonight. All right, thank you. Go ahead, Chief.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Do you solemnly swear and affirm, please raise your right hand. Raise your right hand, sir. Thank you. Do you solemnly swear and affirm, under the penalty of perjury, that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Please be seated. Starting from my left, could you please state your name and address for the record?
Detective James Mountcastle, Anne Arundel County Police Department.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Richard Bittner, BITTIDER, on behalf of the licensees. Ma'am, your name?
Purvi Ben Patel,
Address?
5024 10 Oaks Road, Clarksville, Maryland.
Ravi Daburia, 402 Silverleaf Court, Apartment D, Glen Burnie, Maryland.
Thank you very much. Mr. Hurdle?
Detective?
Okay, on 6-3,
Recommend a denial.
Thank you, Mr. Bittner.
on 6-3 at approximately 20:15 hours, Detective Middleton and I were working Operation
Motion to
Save.
reading, not to testifying, I'll submit.
Overruled. Thank you, Mr. Bittner.
Working Operation Save, conducting selective alcohol violation enforcement compliance checks at retail business and restaurants. We directed a confidential source, 20 years of age, subject to enter the Brass Rail Liquor and Pub located at 8103 Hog Neck Road, Pasadena, Anne Arundel County, Maryland. We observed the confidential source enter the business. Once inside the store, the confidential source picked out a 6-pack of Busch Light beer and took it to the front counter. The clerk did not ask the confidential source for identification.
Objection, basis of knowledge.
Overruled.
The confidential source had been given official Anne Arundel County funds, was able to purchase the Busch Light beer from the clerk. And I wanted to also state, not mentioned in this report, but prior to each detail, we search the confidential source to make sure he has no identification or any other monies on his person or her person. The confidential source then exited the business and immediately turned over the alcoholic beverage to myself and Detective Middleton. I know through my training, knowledge, and experience that Busch Light beer is an alcoholic beverage. As Detective Middleton and I started to exit my undercover police vehicle, the clerk that had conducted the transaction quickly exited the store and began banging on the rear passenger side window of my vehicle. The CS was seated in that seat and later advised he was scared because he did not know if the clerk had a weapon on his person. Detective Middleton and I got out of the vehicle, identified ourselves as police, and confronted the clerk. We later identified the clerk as Ravali, and his last name is Kanjibhai. That's his middle name, and his last name is Dobariya, with the date of birth of 6/2/93. That was via his Maryland driver's license. He is seated.
We'll stipulate.
Seated there. Mr. Dobariya was yelling, "I want to see his ID. I want to see his ID." Detective Middleton advised it was too late and the sale was already complete. Mr. Dobariya stated he did not leave the parking lot. "I want to see his ID." We were able to get Mr. Dobariya back in the store where he gave me his identification. He repeatedly stated he wanted a break for this violation over and over. I was able to get photos of Mr. Dobariya, his license, the Anne Arundel County liquor license, and the Busch Light beer, and the outside of the business. I was able to do this while Detective Middleton kept advising Mr. Dobariya that he was not getting a break for the violation. Mr. Dobariya kept asking for a break and saying, "Please, please, please," this time. We decided to exit the store at this time due to Mr. Dobariya only focused on asking for a break. We couldn't ascertain whether Mr. Dobariya was a manager or only the manager was there. We do not know how long Mr. Dobariya was employed at the store or if he was alcohol awareness trained. As we left and I was about to enter my vehicle, Mr. Dobariya again exited the store and came up to me asking for a break, saying, "Please, please, please," over and over again. I asked him I advised him there was no break for the violation. The Busch Light beer was destroyed later, and a copy of this report was forwarded to the liquor board. This case is closed.
Mr. Bittner, do you have any questions for the detective?
Yes, Detective, you didn't witness the transaction between the clerk and the CI inside the store?
No, I did not, sir.
I don't have any other questions.
Mr. Chair, any questions?
No questions.
Madam Commissioner, any questions? Mr. Bittner, it's your case.
Make a motion for a no action. There's been no evidence produced that the person was underage. There's been no testimony of the age or admission of an NVA document. I specifically requested prior to trial discovery, if you would, evidence that would be used. I wasn't provided it. I didn't hear Detective Mount Counsel.
Detective?
I do have a certified copy from the NBA if you wish to look at it.
The motion is denied, Mr. Bittner.
The case is over.
Thank you, Mr. Bittner. Do you have anything in mitigation or in response?
So, I'll submit and then like to be heard on
Mitigation, Mr. Bittner.
Thank you. So as you heard, the clerk, Ravi, shortly after the transaction came out to the undercover vehicle. I had an opportunity to go to the store, and we do have the video if the board wants to trouble itself to look at it. But what it shows is the confidential enforcer entering the store. One clerk was doing some stocking and in the back, and all their people are alcohol certified and awareness. Ravi's alcohol awareness certified on the management agreement, filed with the board, been working at the store since it opened. One prior violation at this store did not involve him. That clerk at that prior violation was terminated. For reasons I'll get into in just a moment, Ravi was not terminated. So on the date in question, he's in the back. He comes out. He's actually working on the computer and doing some emails. He comes out, does the transaction, and then in less than 15 seconds, you could see on his face he's kind of like befuddled. And in less than 15 seconds, he comes out where the confidential source had entered the vehicle. He went up, he knocked on the door. You know, he doesn't have a weapon. He's the clerk. I mean, there was no confrontation. We're sorry the clerk felt put out. he should have asked for the ID before the clerk left the store, before he even handed him the money. And he didn't. He made a mistake. And he's here humbled by it. It's a testament to my client, Ms. Patel, and her family, I suggest most respectfully, that he wasn't fired. He's been with them close to 4 years. He's the leader, the manager. When we went in and reviewed their practices and policies, they have, I think, everything that the board would ask them to have. They have a written policy on carding. They have a state-of-the-art, not the ultimate, not the end-all, but they have a point-of-sale system that before every sale asks, did you ID? Now, he didn't. So every system created by man can be overrun by man. And he let his guard down. He didn't follow his own practices, his employer's practices, and now we're here before you. They're in the process of ordering signage, some additional signage. They had signage in place regarding carding and reminding to card. They're redoubling that effort. They realize that this is not a cost-effective way to do business, to come down here, and they're asking the board to consider a modest fine. They're happy to answer any of your questions.
Chairman, any questions?
Yes, a couple. Mr. Dabayi, did you take the alcohol awareness training course?
Yes.
And when was that? Was that prior to this event?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I believe your files that Mr. Aronson sent to me, I thank him for that, show that he's certified through April of 2026. And
Okay, we stipulate to that. Yeah. No, I understand, Mr. Aronson just acknowledged it.
November of 2026.
Okay. I have no further questions of this gentleman. I do want to jump back to the officer. Detective, you did say that the clerk did not ask for any identification at the time of sale,
That's correct.
correct? And your confidential informant was able to leave the building, get into the car, and that's when the clerk came out to the car.
That is correct.
Okay, very good. I have no further questions.
Madam Commissioner, any questions?
My only question is, what prompted you to go out to the car? You obviously had to override the need to show ID, so you already, by overriding, you excused it. Why did you run out to the car?
Suddenly I realized I forgot to check the ID, then that's why I got car.
But you knew it when you overrode it in the system.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Very good point, Commissioner. Thank you.
And you can see by his candid answers.
Yeah, I mean, I can appreciate the honesty, and I can also understand his reaction when he realized what he had done, but the horse was already out at that point.
You understand?
I have no further questions at this time. Now, I'm ready to go ahead and make a ruling, or make it in the form of a motion. The first offense occurred April 12th, not even 2 months later. You're back in here. That means this is your second offense within 60 days or less. And because of that, I'm going to go ahead and make a motion that we find you guilty of both the minor and the under 21 years of age violations. And I'm going to make a motion that the fine be set at $1,000 per charge, a total of $2,000 plus administrative costs. And if I may, I'm going to add also that a restriction be put on your license that no one can work point of sale unless they're alcohol awareness trained. No one. So if you hire a new one, the first thing you want to do is you want to go ahead and make sure that that training occurs, okay?
Prior to hire, Mr. Chairman?
Prior to them working at the point of sales. So they could hire them, use them for stock until they get, And then once they have their alcohol awareness training, then they can get behind the register. Thought I lost my counsel. Anyway, so total was $2,000. I'm looking for a second.
I second the motion.
I have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Lots of luck. Please be careful.
Thank you
Okay?
very much.
Thank
very
you.
much.
Thank you, Mr. Bittner.
Thank you. May we be excused.
Okay, our next case is for BPG Hotel Partners XI LLC. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Anyone wishing to testify for or against, please come forward, remain standing, and raise your right hand. Thank you. Do you solemnly swear and affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Please be seated. Starting from my left, could you please state your name and address for the record?
Detective James Mountcastle, Anne Arundel County Police.
Good evening, Leanne Schreckengoff with Royston Muller McLean and Reed here on behalf of the hotel.
David Poland, 5425 Wisconsin Avenue, Chevy Chase, Maryland.
Keith Moses, 845 Monarch Lane, Huntington, Maryland, 20639.
Aaron Henry Lee, 14012 Aberystwyth Folly Court, Bowie, Maryland.
Mahin Laufi, 705 Silver Creek Road, Parksville, Maryland, 21028.
Thank you, everyone. Mr. Hurdle?
Detective, having already been sworn, case is yours.
All right, on 6/1/2025 at approximately 12:42 hours, Detective Middleton, Detective Spetta, and I were working Operation Save, conducting alcohol sales compliance checks for retail businesses. We directed a confidential source, 20 years of age subject, and I have a certified copy here if you need it, to enter the Hilton BWI Hotel at 1739 West Nursery Road, Linthicum, Anne Arundel County, Maryland. We observed the confidential source enter the hotel. The confidential source went to the front lobby store and picked out a single Guinness's beer and took it to the front counter. The clerk did not ask the confidential source for identification. The confidential source had been given official Anne Arundel County funds and was able to purchase the Guinness's beer from the clerk. And as I stated, we searched the confidential sources prior to the detail for any monies or any identification. The confidential source then exited the hotel and immediately turned over the alcoholic beverage to us. I know through my training, knowledge, and experience that Guinness's beer is an alcoholic beverage. Detective Middleton and I entered the hotel, identified ourselves as police officers, identified the clerk as Miss Mahin Raphael. Down there again. Yes, yeah. I'm sorry for the name butchering. Date of birth of 8/1/63. She advised that she had been working at the hotel for approximately 4 years and not had any alcohol awareness training. I asked if she was on the manager's agreement. She advised no. I asked for the manager on duty, and she advised that he should be coming in later this evening. Ms. Raphael advised that she rang up the Guinness's as a soda and that she assumed it was a soda and didn't realize it was an alcoholic beverage. I observed the cash register receipt that had his sale as soda for $4, and I observed that the refrigerator that had the alcoholic beverage was located around the corner contained both alcoholic beverages and sodas all together. We both explained to her that this was not supervised and that underage people had access to alcoholic beverage. And she answered, well, we have cameras in there, but Ms. Rova was advised the only person at the front counter. She was the only person at the front counter. She phoned a subject who was on the manager's agreement who identified himself, this is for Detective Middleton, as Aaron Henry Lee. He advised that the bar hotel does not open until approximately 1600 hours, so there was no need for anyone at the hotel on the manager's agreement until the bar opened. Detective Middleton explained to him that the hotel was selling alcoholic beverages at the front desk and that they needed to have someone on the manager's agreement at the hotel. We suggested that the alcohol could be in a separate cooler and could be locked if there wasn't an employee on the manager's agreement. A photograph was taken of Ms. Rafi and the Anne Arundel County liquor license, the Guinness's beer, and that was destroyed. Everyone was extremely cooperative. The hotel was not busy at this time. A copy of this report was forwarded to the liquor board.
Any questions?
I do have one point of clarification. I discussed this with Detective Mountcastle ahead of the hearing, where it says in the investigative report that the person on the phone was Aaron Henry Lee, who is the gentleman sitting here tonight. That is not who was on the phone. That is the gentleman who was reported to be coming in at 4 o'clock. The gentleman who was on the phone was a gentleman by the name of Paul Casey, who is a manager on the manager's agreement, but it was not Mr. Lee, Henry Lee here, who was the one on the phone. So I just want to make that point of clarification in case the board has direct questions for Mr. Lee. You can know that he's not the one who made the statements incorporated to that. Unfortunately, Detective Mountcastle or Detective Middleton is not here to clarify that bit, but I wanted to have that straightened out for the record.
And thank you, and I think that's,
We were informed. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
okay.
I have no further questions or comments about the investigative report.
Chairman, any questions?
No questions for the officer. No questions.
Madam Commissioner, any questions?
No questions?
Ms. Reckengoss, it's your case.
Thank you very much. As indicated in the investigative report, unfortunately, we are here because of an error. Ms. Maheen thought that she was ringing up a root beer and was ringing up a Guinness beer, therefore it was rung in as a soda, and there was no carding done at all. Since the time of the incident, they have taken all of the alcohol out of that cooler. There is no alcohol available in the market on display without having to go to the front desk to ask for it. There's a sign on the cooler that says, if you would like alcohol, please go to the front desk to request it. At that point in time, everybody gets carded immediately. And for the record, this hotel's policy has always been to card everyone. Had alcohol in her mind been ordered, she would have asked for an identification card. I can also tell you that since the time of the incident, everyone has been retrained through the TIPS training program, including Ms. Maheen. They do have a TIPS trainer on site now who can certify everyone. They have 27 people who are now certified through the program. So all of their servers, managers, and one of their employees is a TIPS trainer. So they are all required to sign off on a memo that indicates what the hotel's carding policies are, what to look for on IDs. Ms. Maheen has signed off on that policy and had signed off on that policy prior to this event. But unfortunately, like I said, it was a mistake on her part, and it reflects poorly on the hotel, and we apologize for that. So I turn it over to the board for any questions that you might have.
Mr. Chairman, any questions?
Yes, I have a couple of questions. I understand you had worked for 4 years at the location?
Yes.
Okay. The fact that they were in the cooler and mixed with the beer, you know, and Guinness is a very, very popular alcohol beer. And I think mistakes can happen. This is the second mistake within a year. And I don't believe there was any testimony to the fact that she was working the first time with the first offense, so I'm assuming that she was not. Correct? Okay, thank you. I have no further questions at this point.
Madam Commissioner, any questions?
I have no questions.
Mr. Chair?
Okay, is there anything else you want to add before
I just wanted to point out that they do value Ms. Maheen as a wonderful employee. She has been there for 4 years. She was suspended for 3 days, and she was counseled and has a final written warning in her file as this. But as you can see, they truly value her as an employee, and that's why she's here with us this evening.
Okay. I do appreciate that, and I understand why you have to do that, and it's a shame that the employee lost those 3 days, but at the same time, perhaps it's a lesson learned. We take, as you know, and anybody sitting in this room has heard before, we take sale to a minor very seriously. This is the second offense. The first one was June 11th of 2024, and here we are, June 1st of 2025. I'm going to make actually, you have a restriction that was put on in 2006, says all servers of alcoholic beverage must be certified in an approved alcohol awareness program. Security cameras posted outside, but that's outside. That's not where this sale took place, correct?
Correct, but correct me if I'm wrong, you do have security cameras within that area as well.
We do, that's correct.
Okay, well, that's good that you're taking some kind of preventive measure. I know in my experience, and I've dealt with some of the hotels in this area many years ago, that we have these refrigerated cases, and we have wine and beer and sodas in those. And I've always suggested that they either be under lock and key, or it could be a push-button release from behind the counter, but some way to stop anybody underage from just walking in and grabbing something. And it's nice to see that you're taking a measure. I'm going to go ahead, because of the testimony of the officers and the information received here, I'm going to go ahead and make a motion that we find you guilty of the first two charges of minors and under 21 years of age, and because it's the second offense within a year, and you do need to be extremely careful. So, Mr. Lee, manage your people, whatever the case. If you come back in, it's going to be a lot more severe, but I'm going to make a motion, as in the last case, that we find them guilty of those two charges with a $1,000 fine for each of them. That's a total of $2,000. But, excuse me, you also have the alcohol awareness program and the ownership and operation charges. And I'm going to make a motion that we find you guilty of those, and with a $250 fine for each of them. So the total will be $2,500. And we appreciate you taking steps to prevent it from happening again. And it's an unfortunate thing, but so is sale of alcohol to a minor. Thank you. That's my motion. Looking for a second.
I second the motion.
I have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So be it. Thank you, and lots of luck the next time. Thank you for coming in.
Okay, the next case is J and Harry LLC, trading as Crofton Liquors. Bipin Patel, authorized person member, Nalish Patel, clerk, Detective Middleton, badge 1061, Detective Mountcastle, badge 1155, Detective Cepeda, badge 1239, Inspector Scott Montagne. This is a Class A packaged goods, beer, wine, and liquor license with beer and wine tasting Sunday service located at 1641 Crane Highway North, Suite 106, Crofton, Maryland 21114, with no restrictions. This is for a violation of the rules and regulations of the Board of
Mr.
License
Kim, do you wish to
Commissioners.
waive?
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. We'll waive reading. I apologize.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So anyone wishing to testify for or against, please come forward, remain standing, and raise your right hand. Thank you. Do you solemnly swear and affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You can please be seated. Starting from my left, can you please state your name and address for the record?
Detective James Mountcastle, Anne Arundel County Police.
Robert J. Kim, McNamee Hosey. Martin Johnson, Maryland Liquor License Services, 9869 Diversified Lane, Ellicott City, Maryland, 21042.
Harry Patel, 6810 Green Holloway, MD 20777.
Bipin Patel, 1510 Augusta Way, Crofton, Maryland 21114.
Thank you, everyone. Mr. Hurdle?
Detective, having been previously sworn, it's your case.
On March 30th, 2025, at approximately 1809 hours, Detective Middleton, Cepeda, and I were working Operation Save, conducting alcohol sales compliance checks of retail businesses. We directed a confidential source, 20 years of age subject, to enter the Crofton Liquors. And I have a certified copy of the MBA right here of the confidential source. Crofton Liquors at 1641 Crane Highway, Suite 3, Crofton, Anne Arundel County, Maryland. We observed the confidential source enter the business. The confidential source went to the store and picked out a six-pack of Miller Lite beer and took it to the front counter. The clerk did not ask the confidential source for identification. The confidential source was given official Anne Arundel County funds, was able to purchase the Miller Lite beer from the clerk. We, not mentioned in the report, we do search the confidential source prior to the detail for any monies or identifications. The confidential source exited the business, immediately turned over an alcoholic beverage to us. We know through our training, knowledge, experience that Miller Lite beer is an alcoholic beverage. Detective Middleton and I entered the store, identified ourselves as police officers, and identified the clerk as Nalish Patel, date of birth of 5/29/91. Patel advised that he was alcohol awareness trained and on the manager's agreement. A photo was taken of Mr. Patel's license, the Anne Arundel County liquor license. A photo was taken of the Miller Lite beer, which was destroyed. The clerk, Mr. Patel, was cooperative, and the store was not busy at this time. Copy of this report was forwarded to the Liquor Board, and this case is closed.
Mr. Kim, any questions of the detective?
No questions.
Mr. Chair, any questions of the detective?
No questions.
Madam Commissioner, any questions? Mr. Kim, it's your case.
Mr. Chairman, may I approach? I did submit some documents to Mr. Arrington. Oh, you already have them?
If this is the
10-page
document.
report?
Yes,
Okay.
we do.
Then I don't need to approach. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kim.
Members of the board, when this violation occurred, I had several meetings with my clients. The goal of the meetings was not to necessarily defend the case, because, I mean, your inspectors are phenomenal. They do great work. The goal was to figure out how this won't happen again. I believe, again, based upon discussions with my clients, I contacted former Detective Marty Johnson. I don't know if the board is aware of who Mr. Johnson is. He was the chief liquor inspector in Howard County for many years. I consider him a good friend, but I also could consider him to be...
If I may, Mr. Kim, we do recognize Mr. Johnson and his expertise in the
Okay,
field
thank
and
you.
so forth.
So I contacted Mr. Johnson and said, hey, here's the situation. We need to make certain that this doesn't happen again. So we had discussions. Mr. Johnson met with my clients several times and came up with a process and a report as to how to prevent this from happening again. And with that, I would just let the expert tell you what process has been implemented, what's being done at Crofton Liquors, so that it doesn't happen again. Again, I know you hear this all the time. I can't guarantee that it's not going to happen again, but I think with this process implemented, we're confident that we will not be back before this board. So with that, Marty, if you can just give a little bit of what you went through and the process that you implemented to make sure that Crofton Liquors does not appear before this board again.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you to the board for hearing me on this. I went to the store. I got the call from Mr. Kim. I also got a call from Mr. Harry Patel. Went to the store, met with him, ran through all their processes, did a top to bottom inspection of the whole place, make sure they're in compliance with other laws. I realized that they'd had a prior violation, at least one prior violation. So that meant that this needs to be taken care of 100% and comprehensively. That's just the way it is. Here are a few things that they've done. Bullet points, you've got the report. I'm not going to read the whole report. Bullet points, all ID, all times. Everybody, you come in and buy a beer today, you get ID'd. You come in 2 hours later, buy another beer, the next day, you're getting ID'd again. You have to show ID. That proves that you're 21 or older. Verticals, they're okay with. Now, a lot of places, I've been in the alcohol enforcement business for 41 years. A lot of places, they say, oh, never take verticals, never take verticals. That'd be great if we only went by Maryland rules, but other MVAs and DMVs across the country, some of their verticals don't expire for 10 years after they turn 21. So turning down everybody who's got a vertical driver's license or DMV issued ID is overkill. That's my opinion, and I'm a law and order guy. However, they do know that if anybody gives you a vertical driver's license, two things have to happen. Number one, you've got to do face recognition, face matching. You absolutely have to, because I wrote plenty of tickets to the young and the thirsty who were using somebody else's real driver's license, and it was vertical. Well, it was a hand-me-down. So you have to make sure that it's the right person. The second thing they have to do is they have to run it through their scanning system. Now, I'll get back to that. I'm going to give you some details, just a feel on that. What they were using at the time as far as scanning goes is they were using the POS, that is point of sale system. where some salesman told them this is going to catch all your fake IDs. I tested it. It failed 100% of the time. I ran 10 fake driver's licenses through it. All of them showed up as being perfectly fine and giving us their age of majority. Garbage. Second, backup. Oh, we use the lottery system. We use the lottery scanner. Well, the lottery scanner can scan barcodes, but it failed 10 out of 10 times as well. They don't detect fakes. There is only one system. I've tested 17 systems with my work in the police department, and I teach document security for Homeland Security. There's only one system that cuts the mustard, that is 99.8% accurate. I'm not here to advertise for it. They don't even give me a cup of coffee if I mention their name. But they now have that system. They have, in fact, bought two, one for each register. They are catching fakes. During the month of June and the month of July, they caught 43 fake driver's licenses in 2 months. In the first 2 days of August, they caught 2 more. So this is the way to go. And they're serious about it. They're giving up, time and money, and that's the way it is. They've told me, we don't want to sell the kids. That's not our point. The only thing that I found that was good on the point of sale system is that there's a date reminder on there. It's a minimum birth date. That's great. It's up in the top right corner. There's a picture of it on your report. They do buddy carding. So if anything doesn't look right with the situation or the ID, they have to talk to the other person working. There are always 2 people working. Nobody works alone. So always running it by somebody else. A second set of eyes is a great thing to use. They put up signs while I was there the very first time because they didn't have adequate signage. They need to have IDs, IDs needed, put up adequate signs. Put your customers on notice so that it becomes rote. It becomes ordinary practice. When I go to Crofton Liquors, I got to have my driver's license with me. That's just the way it is. Get them used to it. You won't get any arguments. They did not have any written policies. Now, did they have verbal policies? Yes, just like I've heard for 41 years. Well, we tell them to card hard. That's not a policy. So we do now have written policies. We've got a whole policy manual. All employees have to go through the policies, sign that they understand them, sign that they'll obey them. If, God forbid, this happens again, whoever did it broke not only your rules, but broke the House rules too. Your laws plus the House laws. That's the way it is. Alcohol awareness training. Everybody at the time that this occurred, everybody was alcohol awareness certified at the time. Now, I'm an alcohol awareness trainer, but it's not the be all and end all. It's good to have that education, but everybody was, everybody is, and I think you have copies of the current certificates. Nothing wrong with extra training. Get as much as you can. We also put in, just for the heck of it, we put in what I call a personal electronic device or PED policy, which is you're working the register, you are not allowed to have anything in your ears. You are not allowed to be on the phone. You can't be listening to podcasts. There's no, you're not playing air guitar. It doesn't work that way. You have to have 100% of your attention laser focused on that sale, that one sale. I don't care how many people are behind you. Now, I got 10 people in line. I have never seen anybody at the end of the line put down their beer and go, you know what, this is taking too long. I'm going to leave now. Doesn't happen. So this is something that we've drilled into them. I'm not trying to lecture, but this is what we got to put into everybody who works behind a register. So those are the basics. If, my opinion, if they follow the policies, if they use the technology that they are now spending $1,700 a year for, if they do those 2 things, they'd have to work at it to make another violation. I don't see how another one can happen. Just follow the book, use the technology, you'll be fine.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Johnson.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Kim, anything further?
No, we do not. Again, we understand the serious nature of this violation. I believe the clients understand the serious nature. They have done everything that we've asked them to do, that Mr. Johnson and I have asked them to do. And we respectfully request that the board take this into consideration in your decision-making process.
Mr. Chair, any questions of the licensees or their expert or Mr. Kim?
my understanding that we have two people on the management agreement there. One of them, we don't have a verification on the expiration of their alcohol awareness training. Has that been updated?
I believe it has, Mr. Chairman. I have 5 certificates. If I could, you need more copies?
No, I believe as long as you can let Michelle have them
That's a copy for the board.
after Mr. Aronson reviews them. Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you for updating that. I have, I guess my biggest question here is, knowing, of course, the fact that you've had a violation within the last year, and then several years prior to that, there was 2 other ones. This is the 4th one in less than the 5-year window that we use here in this county. That makes it pretty serious to us. That shows us that somewhere along the line, and I'm not saying today or after Mr. Johnson's tutoring has taken place, but in the previous period, evidently somewhere along the line, something wasn't taken serious enough to oversee this. And I understand, if I heard you correct, Mr. Kim, you're talking about $1,700. Is that for the rental of or the use of these 2 POS systems?
That's per year.
Per year?
Yes,
That's
sir.
for both?
Yes.
Okay. And I understand the vertical license situation, Mr. Johnson, and when I talk to people about it, I said, well, it really depends what state it is and so forth and so forth. So, yes. And I did a quick review. I think it's a very thorough handout you have in your report. Nevertheless, here we are with the 4th offense in less than our 5-year window. And like I said in the previous case, this board takes sale to minors very, very serious. And I'm going to go ahead and make a motion, unless, Mr. Kim, you have anything else you want to add at the last moment?
I do not, Mr.
Okay.
Chairman.
I'm going to go ahead and make a motion for several things. The first thing is I'm going to add a restriction to the license that no employee be behind the cash register or point of sales unless they're alcohol awareness trained. You've heard me say that previously in the other cases. There's no 45 days, 30 days. It's you don't get behind the register and sell alcohol unless you've been trained. And as a trainer, Mr. Johnson, you do know that there is a benefit to that training, and it's probably prevented a lot of people from making mistakes, and hopefully it will in the future. So we're going to add that restriction. That'll be the motion. And also, because this is the 4th violation within the 5 years, I'm going to make a motion that we find guilty of the 2 violations of minors and selling to someone under the age of 21. And I'm going to go ahead and make a motion that we maximize the fine at $2,500 for each charge. And that is the maximum that we can fine somebody in this case. And I do feel that it's necessary. But I'm also going to add a suspension. You've already had a 3-day suspension the last time you came in, which was less than a year ago. And I know the 2 $2,500 fines is pretty severe, but I also think that everybody out there needs to be aware that if we suspend you once and you come back in here again, you're gonna get suspended or worse. And you do understand when I say or worse what that means. That means a revocation of the license. I don't want to do that to you, especially since Mr. Kim and Mr. Johnson have gone through a lot to try to help you save this business. But what I am going to do, besides the monetary fines, I'm also going to make a motion that we suspend your license for a 1-week period. That's 7 days. And that'll be Monday through a Sunday. And I'm not going to do it over the holiday coming up. I understand how severe that could be to you. But I am going to suggest that we start it as soon as possible. So if you want to give me a date, Mr. Kim, that you'd be willing to talk to your clients about, and again, they don't have to include the Labor Day holiday.
Tuesday after Labor Day. Yeah, September, I think, Mr. Chairman, I think September 2 is a Tuesday after Labor Day. Yeah, so September 2 through the Monday following, which would be 8, right?
Okay, all right. So my motion is the two fines of $2,500 for each one of the save violations and a suspension of 7 days to commence right after the holidays for a 7-day period. That means no one is allowed to walk into your establishment and buy alcohol. If you want to use that time to retrain your employees under a closed and locked door, that's fine. But nobody's allowed to buy, and you're not allowed to sell any alcohol during that 7-day period. And I understand it's pretty severe, $5,000 plus the administrative fees and a 7-day suspension. But please, if you come back here in front of this board, at least while I'm chairman, it won't be a suspension. So please be careful. I'm looking for a second.
I second the motion.
I have a second. All in favor? Aye. So be it. And Mr. Johnson, we appreciate what you do and all, and hopefully this will work for them.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Kim.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, the next case is for Crofton Crab Shack LLC, trading as Fat Boys Crab House. Rakesh Kati, member, Venkat Maram, clerk, Detective Middleton, 1061 Detective Mountcastle, 1155 Detective Cepeda, 1239 Inspector Scott Montaigne. This is for a Class B restaurant. Beer, wine, liquor, on and off sale with dancing, growler, and Sunday licenses and permits. This is located at 1581 Defense Highway in Gambrels, Maryland, 21054. There is one restriction on the license for the licensee to provide monthly, by the 10th of the following month, a statement from the CPA as to the amount of food sales and the amount of alcoholic beverage sales, both on and off premise. And 2, only 1783 square foot other premise.
I'm sorry?
Go ahead and finish.
We are fine to hear the charges.
Perfect, thank you.
Yeah,
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
thank you.
So anyone wishing to testify for or against, please come forward, remain standing, and raise your right hand. Thank you. Do you solemnly swear and affirm, under the penalty of perjury, that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. Thank you. Please be seated. Detective Mountcastle, state your name and address for the record, please.
Detective James Mountcastle, Anne Arundel County Police.
Sir, can you state your name and address for the record?
Rakesh Kumar Kaki, 1651 Maryland, Route 3, 21152.
Thank you. Sir, name and address for the record.
Venkat Maram, 4755 Chapel Square, Health Road, Baltimore, Maryland.
Thank you.
21227. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Hurdle.
Detective, having been previously sworn, it's your case.
Okay. On March 30th, 2025, at approximately 1826 hours, Detective Middleton, Cepeda, and I were working Operation Save, conducting alcohol sales compliance checks of retail businesses. We directed a confidential source, 20 years of age, subject to enter Fat Boys Crab House located at 1651 Crane Highway, Crofton, Anne Arundel County, Maryland. I do have a certified copy of the confidential source's age from the NBA. The CS went to the store and picked out a 6-pack of Blue Moon White Ale beer and took it to the front counter. The clerk did not ask the confidential source for identification. The confidential source told the clerk did ask the confidential source for identification. The confidential source told the clerk that she came with friends and did not have her license. The clerk asked what year she was born, and the confidential source stated 2002. The confidential source was given official Anne Arundel County funds and was able to purchase the Blue Moon White Ale beer from the clerk. Not in the report. It is prior to the detail. We do search the confidential source for any identifications or monies. The confidential source exited the business, immediately turned over the alcoholic beverage to us. We know through our training and experience that Blue Moon Wheat Ale beer is an alcoholic beverage. Detective Middleton and I entered her store, identified ourselves as police officers, and identified the clerk as Mr. Venkat Maram, seated off to the far. Date of birth of 4/2/99. Mr. Maram advised that he was alcohol awareness trained and on the manners agreement. A photo was taken of Mr. Maram's phone with the electronic license and the Anne Arundel County liquor license. A photo was taken of the Blue Moon White Ale beer, Wheat Ale beer, and it was subsequently destroyed. The clerk was cooperative, and the store was not busy at the time of the sale. A copy of this report was forwarded to the Anne Arundel County Liquor Board. This case is closed.
Gentlemen, do either of you have a question for the detective?
No, sir.
Chairman, do you have any questions for the detective?
No questions for the detective.
Madam Commissioner? No questions. Gentlemen, it's your turn to present any testimony or evidence in response.
No response, as detective said, that's what it happened, and it was the first time. For the next time, we'll be careful, and we have just put some signboards, and we have incorporated with the device as well, like IntelliCheck, check the license whoever carries, and we have a signboard in front of the register itself, so that whenever whoever is buying the liquor, we can just mention show your ID, something like that. For the next time, we'll be careful. It's my apologies and my mistakes. Yeah.
Mr. Chair, any questions?
No questions at all.
Madam Commissioner?
Is there anything else you'd like to say before I rule on the matter?
That's it. Thanks for this, and that was my mistake. For the next time, we'll be careful. That's it.
Well, it's refreshing to see somebody say that. So I do appreciate it. But like I've said in every other previous case tonight and many before, we take it very serious selling to minors.
Yes.
You know, and I'm sure you wouldn't want your teenage son or daughters out there drinking when they shouldn't be and not using good judgment when they should. That's as far as my lecture is going to go, but I am going to go ahead and make a motion. You've pretty much agreed to what took place that the officer has stated in his report. So on the first two charges of the minors and then sale of someone under the age of 21 years, I'm going to find you guilty with a fine of, because it's your first offense, of $500 for each. That's a total of $1,000 for that. And also when it comes to ownership and operation and the alcohol awareness charges that are involved, you understand what that is, and you understand the severity of making sure that people that are at the point of sale understand the rules and regulations. And that's what this course can help you with. I'm going to make a recommendation of a $100 fine in each case. Okay, so you have a total of $1,200. That's my motion. Looking for a second.
I second the motion.
Okay, so be it. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Now so be it. Okay. Thank you. Lots of luck. Appreciate your honesty. Again, please don't come back.
No, not anymore.
All right.
Not anymore.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Okay, the next case is for Ruby Tuesday of Linthicum, Inc., trading as Ruby Tuesday Restaurant. Thank you. Anyone wishing to testify for or against, please come forward, remain standing, and raise your right hand, please. Please raise your right hand. Thank you. Do you solemnly swear and affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. You can be seated now. Starting from my left, could you please state your name and address for the record?
Detective James Mountcastle, Anne Arundel County Police.
Leanne Schreckengoss with Royston, Muller, McLean, and Reed here on behalf of Ruby Tuesday.
Shannon Greb, 304 North Hammonds Ferry Road, Linthicum Heights, Maryland, 21090.
Stephen Britz, one of the licensees, 3244 Arundel on the Bay Road, Annapolis.
Naya Dupree, 4102 10th Street, Baltimore, Maryland, 21225.
Thank you. Mr. Hurdle?
Okay. All right. On June 1st, 2025, at approximately 13:25 hours, Detective Cepeda Middleton and I were working Operation Save, conducting alcohol sales compliance checks of retail businesses and restaurants. We directed a confidential source, 20 years of age, subject to enter Ruby Tuesday's restaurant at 950 International Drive, Linthicum, Anne Arundel County, Maryland. I do have a certified copy of the confidential source age through MBA right here. We observed the confidential source enter the restaurant. The confidential source went into the restaurant and sat at the bar. The confidential source asked the bartender for a Blue Moon beer. The bartender did not ask the confidential source for identification, and the confidential source was served the Blue Moon beer sitting at the bar. We entered the restaurant, and the confidential source exited. We know through our training, knowledge, and experience that the Blue Moon beer is an alcoholic beverage. Detective Middleton and I entered the establishment, identified ourselves as police officers, identified the bartender as Kanaya Dupree, date of birth of 1/21/2003, via her Maryland driver's license. She said it at the end of the table. Mr. Dupree advised that she had the alcohol awareness training, and the restaurant manager, later identified as Latina Montez, she was advised of the incident. Ms. Montez advised that it was her first time covering the restaurant, and she had driven up from Virginia because they did not have a general manager at this restaurant. There were no other employees at the restaurant on the liquor board manager's agreement. A photograph was taken of Mr. Dupree in her identification. A photograph was taken of the Blue Moon beer. A photograph was taken of the Anne Arundel County Liquor Board liquor license hanging on the wall. A copy of this report was forwarded to the liquor board. Everyone was extremely polite and cooperative. Also note that we do search the confidential source prior to the detail, so they do not have any monies or any identifications on them. This will be the case. Case is closed.
I have no questions of the detective.
No questions.
Thank you very much. I would like to begin by pointing out two things. One, the indication that there was not another manager on duty is unfortunately accurate in this case, but not intentionally. There was a shift leader on duty who did have alcohol awareness training by the name of Catherine Bilersick. I have a copy of her alcohol awareness training certificate dated December 19th of 2022. She was on duty that evening. She was a shift leader. She was not on the management agreement, but not through any fault of her own. She had completed a manager approval form, as had Ms. Greb at the time, completed manager approval forms. They were given to the acting general manager, who never turned them in to get signatures by the licensees. So it was not an intentional not having anybody on site. So if you would be willing to have her alcohol awareness training certificate from Ms. Lee. So with that being said, I would ask that the third charge be dropped based on that. We acknowledge and admit to the violations of charges 1, 2, and 4, but would request that the alcohol awareness violation be dismissed. With that, I can tell you the reason there was an acting general manager there was we were going through a managerial shift. As you know, it's very common in this business. Ms. Greb was being promoted to the general manager. That day would happen to be her grandson's birthday, so she had taken off and was with her grandson, and Heather, the other licensed manager at the time, had already scheduled vacation. So that's why they brought the other manager up, and of course it had to be the day that they came in for their safe investigation. So they have all of their servers go through internal alcohol awareness training upon hiring. Ms. Dupree has gone through that training and has since had her state certification re-verified through the Restaurant Association of Maryland. I have her updated certification for that if the board would like to see that as well. I can tell you, as Mr. Britz can testify, he opened this restaurant with Ruby Tuesdays, 23 years ago?
23 years.
23 years ago. They've had no violations in that time period. This is the first violation in 23 years, which is unfortunate. That being said, that just to show you that they take it very seriously at Ruby Tuesdays. They have also, since then, added additional, they've had Anne Arundel County signage put up in the restaurant. They've added additional signage just to remind people about the importance of carding, and statement policies that Ruby Tuesday puts out that all of the employees have to sign, just advising that they are going to be following all the procedures that are put in place. At the time of the incident, the carding policy for Ruby Tuesday was to card anybody who looked under the age of 45. Ms. Greb has taken upon herself to change that policy. It's a card everybody now. She definitely does not want to be here again, as you can tell by the look on her face. She's extremely serious and takes her job very seriously. They have 17 front of the house employees, and like I said, have all gone through internal alcohol awareness training, and those who they're all being recertified through the State of Maryland Restaurant Association of Maryland program. So with that, I turn it over to the board for any questions that you might have.
Chairman, any questions?
If I may, just give me a second. I thought I had one that was lingering. No questions. Thank you very much. Excuse me.
Madam Commissioner, any questions?
I have no questions.
Is there anything else you'd like to add?
I have nothing further.
Okay. I'm going to make a motion. This is their first offense for a save violation. And as in the last case, it's refreshing that we don't have a list of previous violations, so thank you for that. So I'm going to go ahead and, because the sale was to a minor, and the officer's report was pretty explicit about that, I'm going to make a motion, we find you guilty of both the minor and the underage of 21 charges with a $500 fine for each one, a total of $1,000. I am going to dismiss that third charge. And I'm also going to make a motion that we find you guilty of the fourth one with a $100 fine. So the total would be $1,100. I'm looking for a second for that motion.
I second the motion.
All right, and all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
$1,100, and thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Paul Berlin, member, Todd Cuba, member, Dorian Kedash, member, Michael Lee, bartender, Aaron Hawk, manager, Detective Middleton, 1061, Detective Mountcastle, 1155, Inspector Megan Harlow. This is for a Class H restaurant beer, wine, and liquor license with a
Do you wish to waive reading?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to testify for or against, please come forward, remain standing, and raise your right hand. Thanks. Do you solemnly swear and affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. You can be seated. Sir, from my left, can you please state your name and address for the record?
Detective James Mountcastle, Anne Arundel County Police.
Dorian Kedash, 136 Downing Drive, Severna Park, Maryland.
Michael Richardson, 1152 Green Hill Road, Arnold, Maryland.
Thank you. Mr. Hurdle?
Detective, having been previously sworn, the case is yours.
Okay. On June 3rd, 2025, at approximately 24 hours, Detective Middleton and I were working Operation Save, conducting alcohol sales compliance checks of retail business restaurants. We directed a confidential source, 20 years of age, subject to enter the social restaurant located at 139 Ritchie Highway, Suite A, Severna Park, Anne Arundel County, Maryland. I do have a certified copy of the confidential source's MVA record. It shows his date of birth. The confidential source entered the restaurant. The confidential source went into the restaurant and sat at the bar. The confidential source asked the bartender for a social light lager beer. The bartender did not ask the confidential source for identification, and the confidential source was served the beer sitting at the bar. Detective Middleton and I entered the restaurant, and the confidential source exited. We know through our training, knowledge, and experience that the socialite lager beer is an alcoholic beverage. Detective Middleton and I identified ourselves as police officers, and the bartender as Michelle Lee Richardson, date of birth of 8/4/86 via her Florida's driver's license. She said it at the end of the table.
Yes. It's Michael.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
It's okay. Ms. Richardson advised that she had had the alcohol awareness training and has been working at the restaurant for over 2 years. The restaurant manager was identified as Aaron Huck, date of birth of 7/10/81, and he was advised of the incident. Mr. Huck is on the manager's agreement. A photograph was taken of Ms. Richardson and her identification. A photograph was taken of the beer. A photograph was taken of the liquor license hanging on the wall. A copy of this report was forwarded to the Anne Arundel County Liquor Board and Mr. Manager Hawk and was polite and cooperative, and so was Ms. Richardson. Also note that the confidential source is searched prior to the detail for any monies or any other licenses. This case will be closed.
Do the respondents have any questions for the detective?
No, we do not.
No.
Mr. Chairman, any questions?
No questions.
Madam Commissioner?
No questions.
It's now your turn to offer mitigation or any evidence in defense.
I wrote it down because I'm not good at public speaking now.
That's fine.
We want to begin by saying that we take this matter extremely seriously. We recognize holding a liquor license is a privilege, and the privilege comes with the responsibilities. The incident in question occurred when our bartender, Michael Richardson, inadvertently served a minor. Ms. Richardson has worked in the hospitality industry for decades and is highly attentive and well-trained. This is her first and only infraction in her career. We believe it was an isolated incident, unintentional mistake, not reflective of her professionalism. Immediately following on the 4th, we held a full staff meeting to go over our internal and the state and governing laws, alcohol policies. All of the staff, as far as bartenders and servers, were enrolled in a alcohol awareness training program, even if their current certificates had not expired. Of course, we've been doing continuing monitoring of the staff of how they are checking for identification. And due to a personal illness over the last year where I have not been around, I have contracted a management company to take over the day-to-day operations of the social restaurant. And they are putting new policies in place with all of our marketing to make sure it says 21 plus. That includes our menus, the doors in the restaurants, et cetera. We did have an infraction, which I'm sure you will bring up in January, I believe January 31st of 2024. We do not dispute this violation occurred and accept the responsibility and the decisions made by the board forthcoming from this hearing. And that's all I have.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, any questions?
I see here the charge of alcohol awareness program. You were certified
I was certified, yes, sir.
at the time of the infraction, at the
I
time
was,
of the
yes, sir.
violation? All right.
Yeah, it said she was certified.
That was a correction? No, I'm sorry.
No, she was certified. I said that.
Oh, okay. I was wondering why the charge was there. And do you understand that if she's certified, you have to make the liquor board aware of that certification so that we can put it in our file? And that would have stopped the violation ahead of time. This is your second one, as you admitted, and following tonight's protocol, if you will, I'm going to make a motion that we find you guilty and charge you $1,000 for each of the first two offenses. I'm going to go ahead and dismiss the third charge, the alcohol awareness, because of that. But please make sure if anybody attends those classes that we at the liquor board have a copy of it.
I did email all updated management agreements to Michelle. Correct me. And it's also in our alcohol awareness folder for the inspector. Everyone that is currently staffed, theirs are in there as well, even though they're not on a management agreement.
Okay. Then,
okay.
All right, then I'm going to go ahead and keep the motion at $1,000 for each of the two charges and dismiss the third charge. I'm looking for a second.
I second the motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
So be it. Thank you very much. Hopefully we'll see you here again
You
for
won't,
that reason.
I promise.
Okay, good. Thank you. Have a good night.
All right, the next case is for Judy's Island Grill 2 LLC.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bittner.
I will hand off the swearing in to Executive Director Aronson.
Get ready.
Thank you. You can have a seat if you can state your name
and address, starting with Detective Mountcastle. Do we have enough seats here? More comfortable. I know you've had some issues. Front row here. Okay, here. And Miss Scott, sit in the front row.
That's fine.
And I'm Richard Bittner. I represent Judy's Grill, number 2. I don't know if everybody else has identified themselves.
Larnice Allen, 119 Heatherstone Way, Glen Burnie, Maryland, 21061.
Frika Scott, 800 Crane Highway North, Glen Burnie, Maryland, 21061.
Scott Harmon, Anne Arundel County Liquor Board.
Detective James Mountcastle, Anne Arundel County Police.
Chief Inspector Dwayne Gottschalk, Anne Arundel County Liquor Board.
Ms. Scott, can you say your name loud enough so it's picked up on the...
Make sure our transcriber is able to hear that. Are we good? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So, Mr. Hurdle, prior to my statement of facts, I'd like to make a motion that my report and all attached exhibits be moved into evidence to become a part of the record. I also have an additional attachment that was not previously provided. It's the floor plan of what the liquor board has on record for Judy's Island Grill.
Mr. Bittner, any objections?
Well, we asked for all documents that the board was going to rely on pre-hearing, so I'll make an objection to submit.
I anticipate this is a document that your client would have in their file, so that objection is overruled. So admitted.
Thank you.
And if I may, before any testimonies presented, most respectfully, Mr. Chairman, Madam Chairwoman, I'd like to be heard on a couple points, if I may.
Of course, Mr. Bittner.
So initially, without waiting any further objections, future objections, there's a charge purportedly filed under ABC 11/2001, consumption 8 a.m. to 6 a.m. That code section, most respectfully, is a misdemeanor. It's a criminal misdemeanor, and most respectfully, the board doesn't have jurisdiction. That's a crime. It's contained in the ABC code, but it's something for which I submit most respectfully this board doesn't have jurisdiction. And I'd ask that that charge for lack of jurisdiction be dismissed.
Go ahead.
Mr. Bittner, I'm going to go ahead and agree with you. And we're going to dismiss that charge.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, if I may, for record purposes, and I'll be brief here, most respectfully, the way this case has been brought does not provide my clients, the Scott family, adequate proper notice of what and when the charges are alleged to have occurred, to give them an opportunity to defend themselves. And here's the gravement of that, board members. There's a summons, that official summons the board issued, I have it July the 15th, that lists 11 different, now 10, violations purportedly of the local rules and of the state code, the ABC Title 11. The summons of July 15th makes reference to a violation notice 1662 dated July 8th. And in that notice, there's purportedly 10 violations charged in one ticket. In that ticket 1662, it doesn't refer to the date of the alleged violation. Neither does the summons. The summons refers to the July 8th ticket. The July 8th ticket doesn't refer to the offense conduct of purported actual offending violations. There's a report that has different dates. Likewise, that ticket, neither the ticket or the summons gives proper notice as to which code section or rule is being violated. Specifically, Rule 405, prohibited hours, can be violated in potentially several ways. There's a section A or B. We don't know which we're charged under. 409, sales to wholesalers, regulation of wholesalers. Again, 3 different code sections, none are cited. The charge alleging 416 unauthorized conduct, most respectfully, that rule is vague and unintelligible. It talks about violation of public morals. So there's no specificity alleged giving proper notice under 416 as to what the unauthorized conduct complained of is. So I'd make that motion, submit as to the local rule violations, 405, 409, 416.
Thank you, Mr. Bittner. As the case hasn't been presented, we will withhold a ruling on that at this time. I did want to mention that just because we have dismissed the misdemeanor charge does not mean that the police or someone else wouldn't bring that in the future, and that perhaps you might want to advise your clients of the right against self-incrimination in any testimony they shall give today, because if they testify today, they would be compelled to testify in criminal court, I would anticipate.
Well, thank you for that warning. That's fair and appropriate. And when we reach that point, if we reach that point, my clients will decide what, if anything, they want to say.
Thank you, Mr. Bittner.
And more saliently, it's not really the Scots, because under this, it perhaps may be Miss Allen or Mr. Dunmore. But in any event, thank you.
Sir?
Thank you. All right, so supplemental report by Chief Inspector Gottschalk, report dated 6/23/2025 in reference to Judy's Island Grill. On Wednesday, June 18, 2025, at approximately 15:20 hours, I received a call.
I'll make a motion. It appears the chief is just reading a report.
The report's in evidence. It's already been admitted.
I must have missed that. I didn't hear a report moved in and admitted.
It was the first thing that the chief indicated earlier. My apologies, Mr. Bittner. Your objection's overruled.
So I heard him say that he sought to move him in, and then I interposed my motion. So you've admitted his report and all the exhibits, including the floor plan.
Including the floor plan that was previously submitted with your application.
Thank you.
Thank you. So approximately 15:20 hours, I received a call from an unidentified male subject who wanted to make a complaint regarding a licensed establishment. The subject stated he wished to remain anonymous and informed me that he had concerns regarding Judy's Island Grill, located at 800 Crane Highway North, Glen Burnie, Maryland, 21061. The subject related to me that persons are smoking pot and hookah, as well as drinking inside an upstairs bar called Aria Lounge, which is in another area of the building. The subject also stated they are serving until at least 0500 hours every Friday and Saturday night, and he was tired of people coming into his community from the establishment drunk and high. The subject also indicated a disc jockey by the name of DJ Fresh, who he believed to be responsible for the after-hours operation. I was then directed by the complainant to specific social media sites on Facebook and Instagram for review. Upon review of the social media sites for Aria
Just
Lounge,
for the record, I object to what he testified, previously hearsay, personal knowledge.
Overruled, Mr. Bittner.
upon review of the social media sites for Aria Lounge and DJ Fresh, I began to see several advertisements referencing an unlicensed establishment above Judy's Island Grill, with some indicating they are operating after hours. Some advertisements also showed that premium hookah was available and could be smoked inside the establishment, with one post showing a female smoking a hookah from a hookah device. During the review of social media accounts, I was unable to establish a direct connection between Aria Lounge and Judy's Island Grill, since neither account indicated they were operated together. Due to the uncertainty of the establishment's connection with Judy's Island Grill, the Anne Arundel County Police were consulted and asked to join the investigation. Upon review of upcoming events posted on the Aria Lounge Facebook page, there was an advertisement for a karaoke event on Thursday, June 19th, 2025. I notified Deputy Chief Ralston, Inspector Harmon, Anne Arundel County Police Corporal Middleton, Anne Arundel County Police Detective Mountcastle, and arrangements were made to visit the establishment on that evening. On Thursday, June 19th, 2025, at approximately 20:25 hours, Deputy Chief Ralston, Inspector Harmon, Anne Arundel County Police Corporal Middleton, Anne Arundel County Detective Mountcastle, and I went to Judy's Island Grill together. Upon entry, we requested to speak to the licensee or board-approved manager regarding the unlicensed area in question. While we waited for the board-approved manager, Inspector Harmon noticed an advertisement for Aria Lounge posted on the bar. Board-approved manager Mr. Dwayne Dunmore appeared a short time later and stated stated that the upstairs bar area was a part of the establishment, but they were currently closed until tomorrow night. We requested access to the area and to have the locks removed to allow access to the stock of alcoholic beverages in that area. Dunmore complied with our request and led us to the upstairs bar, area, while another manager called licensee Ms. Frika Scott to make her aware of our visit. As we made our way upstairs, we observed a large area with signage consistent with the advertisement videos and photos we observed via social media. In one corner of the area, we observed a large amount of hookah devices and other smoke and paraphernalia behind a black curtain. I also noticed two bowls behind the bar containing what appeared to be, based on my training knowledge and experience, burnt shisha under perforated aluminum foil. Deputy Chief Ralston and Inspector Harmon also canvassed the area while I documented the items via photograph. A business card for DJ Fresh was located inside the area, and we also noticed that Judy's Island Grill logo was located on the POS system behind the bar. A large cabinet was located behind the bar area containing several alcoholic beverage containers consisting of liquor, liqueurs, and beer. Cases of beer were also located behind the bar and beer cans inside the cooler. The stock of alcohol was taken out of the cabinet from behind the bar to be documented via photograph. A total of approximately 95 cans or bottles of beer were inventoried, as well as approximately 74 bottles of liquor or liqueurs. While inspecting the stock of alcoholic beverages, the manager stated they were not aware of where some of the alcohol came from. I requested to see copies of their alcoholic beverage invoices from the licensed wholesale distributors, and the manager stated that licensee Frika Scott would be able to locate them. A short time later, Scott appeared and was advised of the reason for our visit. She was shown social media evidence we were directed to by the complainant and advised that one of her employees was organizing events in the upstairs area to boost sales for the business. Scott was then shown a picture of a female smoking a hookah device inside the establishment, and she directed me to the area the picture was taken next to the bar. She said that she was made aware of smoking weeks ago and addressed it with staff, and no one was allowed to smoke inside anymore. Scott also was questioned on where the stock of alcoholic beverages came from, and she stated she had invoices for the bottles on premise. Scott then directed a manager to the location of the invoices, and they reappeared a short time later. As I was reviewing the invoices from their alcoholic beverage purchases, I noticed there were several receipts present that were from Champion Liquor, located at 7385 Baltimore Annapolis Boulevard, Glen Burnie, Maryland, 21061. When questioned, Scott stated whenever she runs low on alcohol, she typically always goes to a liquor store to purchase what she needs. Scott added in that her account with the distributor was put on hold for some reason. I advised Scott that it was unlawful to purchase alcoholic beverages for her establishment from a liquor store, and she advised she was unaware. Deputy Chief Ralston, Inspector Harmon, and I started to separate the stock of alcohol to find the bottles of liquor and beer listed on the receipts from Champion Liquors. We documented them via photograph and ordered them to be destroyed. Two managers took the alcoholic beverages identified and destroyed their contents in a sink drain with Inspector Harmon observing. I then instructed the remaining stock of alcoholic beverages in the area be removed and placed in the licensed establishment's approved area. Those remaining alcoholic beverage containers were removed from the area as well. After speaking with Scott and educating her on various alcoholic beverage laws, Deputy Chief Ralston and I asked her if we could review the CCTV footage from the previous few weekends in that area. Scott agreed and immediately took us to her office area inside of Judy's Island Grill. Scott had a manager scroll back to late Friday and Saturday nights for the past few weeks. While reviewing the CCTV footage, we noticed on two occasions when the unlicensed area was operating past 0200 hours, and this was specifically on Saturday, June 14th, 2025. The upstairs bar area was observed to be serving alcoholic beverages until approximately 0530 hours. And also on Sunday, June 8th, 2025, the upstairs bar area was observed to be serving alcoholic beverages until approximately 0445 hours. Scott was surprised as we were reviewing the video and stated she was completely unaware of the area operating past 0200 hours. After reviewing the CCTV footage, we thanked Scott for her cooperation and advised her to reach back out so if she had any further questions regarding alcoholic beverage laws. We left the establishment without further incident. A violation of Anne Arundel County Board Rule and Regulation 3.13 trade names, 4.05 prohibited hours, 4.09 relations with wholesalers, 3.05 sanitation and safety, 3.09 public welfare, 4.16 unauthorized conduct, 4.17 storage, and 4.18 alterations were observed during my investigation. I also observed a violation of Maryland Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Article 4-502, storage of alcoholic beverages, 6-311, restrictions on purchases and sales by retail dealer, and 11-2001, consumption from 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. prohibited. Pictures are attached to this report. All events occurred in Anne Arundel County, Maryland. And then subsequently, I have a report dated 7/9/2025 for an activity on 7/8/2025. On Tuesday, July 8th, 2025, at approximately 1300 hours, I responded to Judy's Island Grill located 800 Crane Highway North, Glen Burnie, Maryland, to serve a notice of violation. I was met by licensee Frika Scott and requested to speak with her. I issued notice of violation 1662 and explained each listed violation to her. During this interaction, I also followed up with her and explained the relationship between the licensed establishment and the holder of a SCAT license. Scott was informed that all purchases of alcoholic beverages, whether for her licensed premise or for her SCAT licensed events off-site, must be made through a wholesale licensed distributor. Scott stated she understood and had no other questions. Scott signed the notice of violation. A copy was given to her. I left the establishment without further incident. All events occurred in Anne Arundel County, Maryland. And that is my statement of facts.
Chief Inspector, is anyone else testifying on behalf of, with you or the board?
They are not at this time.
Mr. Bittner?
Thank you very much. Chief, as you indicated, Ms. Scott was cooperative with you and the other investigators throughout this process?
Yes, Ms. Scott was very cooperative.
And in fact, not only was Ms. Scott very cooperative, her entire staff was.
Yes.
She provided you the closed-circuit television reports, let you review everything, her people unlocked doors. They were cooperative throughout.
That is correct.
Now, in your discussions with Ms. Scott, she indicated to you some confusion over exactly what her privileges were under this license that she holds here in Anne Arundel County, because she holds other licenses.
That's correct.
She holds a catering license, SCAT license.
To my knowledge, that is correct.
Are you aware that she and her mom also hold a license in Baltimore City for Judy's Island Grill number 1?
I believe it's 2 licensed establishments in Baltimore City.
It's correct. Thank you for anticipating the question. And she expressed to you her contrition and her confusion over what had happened.
She did.
Okay. I don't have any other questions. So is that the board's case? Thank you. So at this time, I'd ask the board to consider a motion for no action, judgment, directed verdict, judgment acquittal, however you want to call it, because even at this juncture, and I understand the posture, a number of the charges here are not supported by any competent evidence adduced before you. If I may, we start with violation 3.05, a sanitation violation. The gravement of that violation is some health code violation. Operate their establishment in accordance with all requirements of the health code, plumbing code, et cetera. I haven't heard any testimony about any violation of any health-related sanitary and safety violation.
Any other motions that we need to hear at this time? We'd like to rule on them all at the same time, Mr. Bittner.
Thank you. I'll make a motion again for judgment as to 309 public welfare. We have, in the light most favorable to the evidence presented by the board, we have an unknown, unnamed person who says that people are coming into his neighborhood. No indication that this licensee, and that's it, not an unlicensed person, not a person operating outside, but the 3.09 provides that licensees shall operate their establishments to avoid disturbing the peace, safety, health, welfare.
But Mr. Bittner, in response to that, are you concerned that the location where they were operating isn't licensed? It's not inspected, isn't a fire inspection, doesn't have a health inspection?
So my narrow argument here, briefly, is, as I understand the board's presentation, the allegation is upstairs in an unlicensed, not covered by the license. These events were occurring upstairs, not on the licensed premises, that this doesn't fit the definition of 309 because it's not the licensee. It's not occurring in the licensed premises. And I'm going to submit on that.
Any other motions?
313, trade names. I have, again, no testimony, I believe, has been put forth that they changed their name. They had a room, Arias, Judy's Grill, Judy's Island Grill 2, on the POS. No different, I submit most respectfully, than the John Eager Howard room at the Baltimore Hotel. We had a situation with the Blast Restaurant. They're now the Blast Restaurant with the Trumpito room. So this was not a trade name. The public still recognized this establishment as Judy's Grill. I renew...
Mr. Bittner, you're going to present testimony to that effect?
I'm sorry?
Are you going to present testimony to that effect?
I'm making a motion based on what's...
You indicated that the public recognizes it as Judy's Grill. It's beyond a proffer.
I'll move on. It's for you all to decide. It's a proffer. 405, I renew prohibited hours. Again, two different ways, two different code sections, neither pled. 409, relationships with wholesalers, no cite to A, B, or C. Unauthorized conduct, submit on my previous argument. 417, storage. Again, I submit, you've heard the testimony, you'll make your finding as fact, but I don't believe there's been any allegation here that there was alcoholic beverages improperly stored. Alterations, again, licensed premises. This is an upstairs, not part of the license of premises. For section 4502, I would suggest most respectfully that this really is a 6311C violation, because we're talking about where the alcohol came from and where it was stored. The alcohol in question that the chief testified from was not on the premises, it was upstairs. And I'll submit on those motions.
At this time, Mr. Bittner, we would reserve the decision for the chair at the decision time.
Thank you. If I may be heard by way of proffer as to the merits, what happened here.
Is there any testimony in mitigation that you'll be presenting?
So if I may, because I'd like the board, I trust you received my correspondence on behalf of the Scott family, where we indicated we wanted to try to resolve this, to not have a hearing. And I understand why we're here. And the board should know, and I believe that they do, that the Scotts are not shirking, they're not falling from owning what happened. And we'd like to be heard in mitigation.
Mr. Bittner?
So, if I may, unfortunately, you met my clients last hearing, on a completely different issue, okay? Sales to minor, a one-time aberrant conduct by an employee who's been terminated. The Scott family has been in the hospitality industry going back to Mrs. Scott, Freak Scott's mom, over 40 years. These ladies, for over 20 years, have been operating restaurants in Baltimore City. They opened here in Anne Arundel County in 13. Knew I was going to say that wrong. So they're long-time operators. And throughout that history, in every jurisdiction, there's been no violations of any type. None. The young lady who was came up with this idea, with my client's consent, Miss Allen, who's here, she's going on a 2+ year employee of the Scotts. She began in the catering business as a bartender. She's worked in the city. She's worked here. She's a trusted employee. She has a strong work ethic. She's never had an issue with any type of violation. She's been in the hospitality industry. She's been a bartender all over the Baltimore, Washington area for some 20 years. Never had a violation. Correct, ma'am? Say a little loud. You should be proud of that.
I'm sorry,
Say
that is correct.
So Miss Allen, in the springtime, comes to her employer. Business is falling off. This is a tough industry, the restaurant industry. And she suggests a use for the upstairs. Now, Miss Scott pays rent on the whole building. When I investigated this, the upstairs is not included in her license. Okay? Now, sadly, that wasn't clear to her. She never really used it. From time to time. I'll tell you candidly, she says that she would store some stuff up there, broken stuff, not alcohol. It's too valuable to leave unattended. But you know, it was just excess space that she was paying rent on. So Miss Allen comes to her with an idea. She had met in her work a DJ who was willing to come in after the restaurant closed. The grill stops serving food at 9 p.m. So
10 on
Fridays
Fridays and
and
Saturdays.
Yeah, 10 on Friday and Saturday. Thank you for the correction. So the concept here, the idea here that Miss Allen presented to Miss Scott was that after the restaurant ceased its food sales, there would be a venue where customers who wanted to hang around could go, and where people who weren't interested in dining, who were interested in more light life, could come. Miss Scott agreed. Now, unfortunately, Miss Scott, because when we met, and I'm diving into this, I'm like, no, you can't do this. Why are you thinking, this is a good idea here in Glen Burnie and Anne Arundel County? And Ms. Scott's candid response to me is, I thought I could do it because they do it in Baltimore City. And in Baltimore City, there's after-hour clubs, okay? It happens, right? She conflated her privileges. She conflated her privileges with the catering license in terms of purchasing. You heard her candidly admit, she candidly gave the receipts where she had purchased this alcohol. So in her mind, she's acting appropriately. She kept the receipt. She didn't hide it. She didn't switch bottles. She didn't do all those things that you often see when someone's trying to evade the three-tier system. So we have a caterer who purchases previously, not fully understanding the need, and she sees this opportunity, and improperly, for a brief period of time, she allows Miss Allen to try to expand the business. Now, we tell you, because we're here candidly, Miss Allen and Miss Scott's first opportunity at staying open after 9, 10 o'clock began in April. It didn't take off. Nothing was happening. They were closing by 12. That's why you didn't see anything on the video when you looked. They brought the DJ in. The DJ in June had an idea for a full moon party. He marketed it extensively. And when those 2 dates, they were open late. Before then, nobody stayed. They closed. In all candor, if somebody had been there, they would have stayed open because they thought that they could, given what other competitors do. So this was an endeavor, members of the board, that the Scotts entered into, not with the intention of trying to evade the law. They, in fact, were trying to comply with the law. It wasn't an underground club. It was advertised. They thought they could do it, and now they're paying a heavy price for their error. We've met several times at the restaurant. I expect we're going to meet going forward, because I've discussed with them, if this is something that they feel there's a market for, a community desire for Anne Arundel County with a closure before 2 a.m., there's a proper way to come before the board to solicit an expansion, to present to the board the parameters of what they're going to do and when they're going to do it and how they're going to do it. But I suggest to you that they're probably not going to solicit that because it's just not a market there for it. They had an erstwhile effort to try to expand the business, to try to meet what they saw, what Ms. Allen saw was a need in the community. And I don't believe it's there. And I don't think at this point Ms. Scott has any intention of trying to expand into the upstairs. But she now fully understands that in the event that she wants to do that, she's got to come to the board, even in minor things of changing hours, changing names. Things here in Anne Arundel County she's come to understand, even though she's been here a lifetime, operate differently than they do in Baltimore City. And she's here. The whole staff is here. You see, this is a professional staff. They cooperate with the regulatory agency. They They serve a good product. They have a good following. We'd ask you to consider their stellar record, how this occurred, how they took remedial efforts, cooperating, turning over the evidence, and they destroyed almost a little over $2,000 worth of alcoholic beverages by my count on the receipts were poured down the drain. And they did that voluntarily. Not sure that. Not sure that that was a compellable sanction that you followed. So we would ask you most respectfully to take my comments into consideration and impose a modest, appropriate fine for the conduct. Ms. Scott and her mother are happy to answer any questions. Ms. Allen is happy to answer any questions. Mr. Dunmore, the manager on duty, he's happy to answer any questions. Everybody tip-tam certified management agreements. In fact, we're even expanding that. We've got a new policy in effect in terms of carding, a new policy in effect regarding absolute liability to the employee if they violate the policy. So this is a family who's made a mistake and they own it. And we'd ask you to consider all of that. Thank you very much.
My apologies, Mr. Bittner. Is that, at this time, is that an admission or is it still just a proffer mitigation?
That's a proffer mitigation.
Thank you, Mr. Bittner. Mr. Chair, any questions?
Yes, I do have some questions. Scott, I'm going to address these to you. When you came in here to get your original liquor license, were you asked the question, are you familiar with the rules and regulations of this county?
The honest answer is that was 10 years ago, and I don't remember what I was asked, but.
Okay. I mean, that I understand. But I think also.
But I'm
tell
sure
you,
that they probably.
I'm sure she did.
Yeah,
I'm
but
sure
I
she
just
did.
can't
Yeah,
remember.
And I think that's important that you understand, and I appreciate from what I'm hearing, both from the chief, you know, with your, with the fact that you were cooperative and honest. I mean, it really means a lot. But that question was put to you for a reason, and that is, you know, all of these charges are violations of the rules and regulations or the annotated code or something, of which, like your driver's license, when you get it, ignorance is no excuse. Next question. In Baltimore City, and I understand you have 2 or 3 licenses, do they allow you to stay open after 2 a.m. And serve alcohol?
I have a tavern license in Baltimore. I close my restaurant at 11, so I've never stayed open beyond that time to serve alcohol.
Do you know if they would allow you to or not?
I can't
Okay.
answer that, so I would
No,
have to
that's
go
fine.
back and read
I mean,
it, yeah.
That's where I'm going with this. Just so you know, there's only one license in Baltimore City that I'm aware of that can stay open and serve alcohol after 2 a.m., and that's the casino.
Okay.
Same as in this county.
So the answer is no.
Yeah, just a heads up. The agreement you had with the DJ, I can refer to you as the DJ. How did this originally come about? I mean, I did hear the story and I do understand the general concept. Did you take her upstairs?
No, she came to me with this.
The genesis was Miss Allen.
Had you already been upstairs and seen the location?
I'm an employee of Miss Scott.
I'm sorry.
I'm a bartender, and I'm an employee of Miss Scott, and have been for almost 2 years. So I already knew about the location upstairs.
They pay rent on the upstairs, even though it's not included in your floor plan, even though it's not a sanctioned part of the license.
And it wasn't applied for originally either.
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay. Well, that answered that question. looking at the charges, and I spent quite a bit of time preparing for this case because of the amount of charges involved and the various ones. And when we're talking about, you know, I think it's 305, Chapter 3, 305, there was smoking going on indoors. I believe there was testimony to that effect and perhaps even video.
That's not accurate.
Yeah, you can
Okay.
please, comment.
The photo that they saw of the young woman smoking hookah, that was myself. That was the photographer, and no one was there. I've never sold hookah. It was promoted. It was something that I found upstairs and thought that I could monetize on. But after Ms. Scott let me know that that was something that could not be done, I stopped advertising for that, but there was never a sale on hookah.
Okay. As far as the public welfare, evidently the person that complained, anonymous or whatever, evidently he or she felt that their peace was disturbed. When it comes to the trade name, I think there was testimony to some extent on that. Prohibited hours, I think you admitted that there was some activity after 2 a.m. And I could go on, but I think right now the most important thing is that is the fact that you admitted that you had made a mistake, and it's not going to happen again, and I think that is important. But we're
Correct.
talking about a total of 11, now 10 charges, and I think they're pretty serious charges when you accumulate everything. It's almost like you totally ignored the rules, and not that you did it intentionally, but that you totally ignored the rules and regulations that this board and the previous boards had put forth in the rules and regulations, as well as the annotated code. I have no more questions at this time.
Madam Commissioner?
Okay.
Mr. Bittner, I believe that the ruling on your motions is denied as a result of the chairman's previous statement.
Certainly, thank you. I understand the ruling. If I may just very briefly respond as you contemplate what's the appropriate disposition. First off, most respectfully, we ask you not to take the license, not to restrict the license, not to suspend the license, suspend the license. But additionally, members of the board, not to impose a $20,000, potentially over $20,000 penalty on 10 different violations, which many of which are duplicitous. It includes the same conduct, one of the other. So yes, it's serious. They've taken it serious, but an excessive monetary fine, most respectfully, Mr. Chairman, is going to have the same effect as if you took the license. It's going to close this family restaurant. Your rules provide for prompt payment of a fine, and I'll proffer to you that a substantial fine, they're just simply not going to be able to pay.
I understand, Mr. Bittner, and thank you. Is there anything else before?
No, I would just say I think Mr. Bittner did a really good job today. I think that that's very helpful that he sounds he's advising you. Other than that, I have nothing else to add.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Bittner, I agree with Mr. Hurdle. Good presentation on your end. Ms. Scott, unfortunately, we just seen you not too long ago, and but it's the first time, the last time. We have 10 outstanding charges that haven't been dismissed, and I'm going to make a motion on those 10. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a motion that we find you guilty on all 10 of them and impose a fine of $800 per charge. So that's $8,000. It's not $20,000, right? But I think it is important that the penalty be strong enough to make sure that you and everybody else knows that you have to be extremely careful in this county when it comes to violating the rules and regulations. And when it comes to a business, which, by the way, I understand you have a well-honed and operating business, but you need to be careful. You need to be careful of making sure you have an attorney available to you or any attorney available to you. If you have or you want to venture into, a new line or a new business or an expansion, check with your attorney. If you don't know the rules and regulations, which you are obligated to know, trust me, your attorneys will. Anyway, I'm going to put it in the form of a motion. All 10 charges guilty, $800 per charge, a total of $8,000 plus administrative costs. I'm looking for a second.
If I may, Chairman, did you want to put a timeline on that that would be beyond the normal prompt payment?
I'm sorry.
Did you want to be heard, Mr. Bittner, on the time? Just very briefly.
Normally we give you about 3 weeks to pay your fines. I am willing to, because of the heavy fine, I'm willing to extend that, and I'll give you 6 weeks. So 6 weeks from tonight, the fine must be paid in full. And of course, Mr. Bittner, you have the right to appeal and so forth.
Yes, within 30 days.
That's my ruling, $800 for each charge times 10. It's $8,000. I'll give you 6 weeks to pay it. You'll receive a notice from the administration reminding you of the due date. Okay, and I'm looking for a second.
I second the motion.
Okay, I have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
So be it. And lots of luck, and please be careful in the future, Ms. Scott. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, our next case is for Glen Burnie, number 2266, BPPO Elks Inc., trading as Glen Burnie 2266 BPO Elks Inc. John Arthur, House Committee; Lawrence Mathers, House Committee; Catherine Vest, Lecturing Knight; Mike Swangler, Exalted Ruler; Angela Frantum, former employee; Herbert Cruz, Caterer; Inspector Alvin Few. It's for a Class C club license. Beer, wine, and liquor with dancing and Sunday service located at 878 Stevenson Road, Severn, Maryland 21144. There are no restrictions on the license. This is for a violation of the rules and regulations of the Board of License Commissioners for Anne Arundel County, Chapter 4, Section 4.16, titled Unauthorized Conduct, in reference to Board of License Commissioners for Anne Arundel County violation notice number 1661 by Chief Inspector Dwayne Gottschalk, dated July 8th, 2025.
Mr. Aronson, did you want to swear everyone in? Already sworn.
Good evening, Mike Swangler. At 731 Black Horse Trail, Severn, Maryland.
Lawrence Mathers, 215 King George Drive, Glen Burnie, Maryland.
Herbert Cruz, 1220 Gemini Drive, Apartment T, Annapolis, Maryland, 21403.
Angela Franum, 614 Stephanie Court, Glen Burnie, Maryland, 21061.
Thank you. Chief Inspector, having been previously sworn, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Hurdle. On June 3rd, 2025, at approximately 12:30 hours, I received information regarding a complaint made against the Glen Burnie Elks Lodge, BPOE number 2266, located 878 Stevenson Road, Severn, Maryland, 21144. The complainant, Miss Angela Frantum, contacted the Liquor Board office via phone and advised the establishment was allegedly in violation of several rules and regulations. These alleged violations included children gambling at the bar, unaffiliated persons signing in under members' names that they did not know or do not know, failing to obtain a one-day liquor license or failing to obtain one-day liquor licenses for events, and knowingly allowing the use of a fraudulent liquor license for certain other events. Frantum was advised to forward us any evidence that she has that can substantiate her claims. Frantum forwarded a picture of a young child at a bar looking at a device on the bar top, a picture of a valid liquor license from the Crown Plaza Hotel located in Annapolis, Maryland, that is alleged to be knowingly accepted for events by the Exalted Ruler, and a list of upcoming events that do not have one-day licenses and or are being held under the fraudulent license. Frantum was able to provide the name of the person who was alleged to have been using the valid liquor license of another establishment fraudulently for events as Mr. Herbert Ruben Cruz, date of birth 2/14/1982. And stated that he may be a current employee of the Crown Plaza Hotel. Liquor Board staff were familiar with the name and were able to provide Cruz's contact information and a copy of his Maryland driver's license to me. Upon obtaining the information, I conducted an investigation using social media and was able to identify a Facebook account for Cruz under the name Herbert Cruz, with its profile pictures matching his Maryland driver's license on file from previous one-day licenses he's filed for in the past. While reviewing Cruz's Facebook account, I noticed he went Facebook Live on two separate occasions. One occasion was on May 31st, 2025 at 9:18 p.m. There was a 22-minute and 15-second video that was posted, and the other was on May 24th, 2025 at 9:02 p.m., where an 11-minute and 54-second video was posted. Through my training, knowledge, and experience, I know that Facebook Live postings are a date and time stamped on Facebook. On the date and time, the person takes the video. During the course of reviewing both videos, I was able to see that both events took place at the Glen Burnie Elks Lodge, BPOE 2266, from visible symbols and words in the video, and that alcoholic beverages were served. During the May 24, 2025 event, Cruz takes a close-up of the bar showing the beer and liquor for sale by two bartenders. Subsequently, on June 4th, 2025, at approximately 1300 hours, I responded to the Crown Plaza Hotel located at 173 Jennifer Road, Annapolis, Maryland, 21401, and met with board-approved manager Natasha and requested to see a copy of alcohol awareness certifications they had on file. As they were showing me their alcohol awareness certifications, they came across Cruz's ServSafe certification and verified that he is a current server at the establishment and on payroll. During my visit, I also questioned Natasha and the HR director on site whether the establishment engages or advertises catering outside the licensed premise, and both stated no, and further added that nothing they do leaves the building. I thanked them for the time and left without further incident. All events occurred in Anne Arundel County, Maryland. And I have a second report dated 6/5 of 2025. On June 5th, 2025, at approximately 19:15 hours, I responded to the Glen Burnie Elks BPOE 2266, located at 878 Stevenson Road, Glen Burnie, Maryland, 21144, in regard to a complaint investigation. Upon my arrival, I requested to speak with a licensee and the Exalted Ruler. The Exalted Ruler, who was identified as Mr. Mike Swangler, was present and stated he would contact a nearby licensee to come in and speak with me as well. At approximately 19:35 hours, licensee Mr. Lawrence Mathers arrived, and both he and Swangler were informed of the reason for my visit. Swangler immediately stated he knew why I was there and discussed the termination of complainant Miss Angela Frantum. Swangler stated that Frantum was terminated when they found out she was engaged in unlawful activities with the club, such as using fake liquor licenses, withholding hall rental deposits, and stealing money from the club. I informed Swangler that was part of the reason I was there as well, and went over the list of allegations Frantum made against the club. I informed Swangler and Mathers showed concern as I went over the list, and Swangler replied that Frantum was actually the one engaged in those activities she complained about to the liquor board. Swangler believed the complaints were part of retaliation against the club for terminating her. Swangler also related that Phantom was signing in non-members when they came into the club under her name and would sign up to 15 people at a time. Swangler stated they didn't find out until after Phantom was terminated, but believed she was doing so to ensure she received extra tip money for the shifts she worked. They also became aware of a male subject named Mr. Herbert Cruz, who would come in to host parties and use the bingo hall, which prompted the club to terminate Phantom. Swangler stated Cruz would use a liquor license from a hotel in Annapolis, and when they found out about it, they told Phantom that his events are are going to be canceled at the club unless they're either okay without having alcohol or can produce a lawfully obtained liquor license for one-day events. Swangler believed there may have been a connection between Phantom and Cruz because they started booking a lot of Latino events all of a sudden, and Phantom would always be the bartender on duty to work those events, stating they had specifically requested her. Swangler stated they still had the fraudulent liquor license Cruz used for his events around the bar and produced a folded-up copy of the Crown Plaza Hotel's liquor license in Annapolis, Maryland. This appeared to be the same liquor license Phantom sent to the liquor board as well when she made her complaint. I informed Swangler that I would be taking the copied license as evidence, and Swangler said he was happy to give it to me. I thank Swangler and Mathers for their information they provided me, but informed them that due to the evidence uncovered during this investigation that I can substantiate a violation on May 24, 2025, and another on May 31st of 2025. On both dates, Cruz used the Crown Plaza Hotel's liquor license fraudulently for his events where alcoholic beverages were served and consumed. I showed Swangler and Mathers still photos of a video Cruz had posted on Facebook for both days showing alcoholic beverages being served inside the bingo hall. Swangler and Mathers both advised me, Swangler and Mathers were both advised to put controls in place to ensure this doesn't happen again. And I also reminded them that liquor licensees are ultimately responsible for what happens on the licensed premise. Both stated they understood and shared some things they had already done to make sure there is more oversight at the club from now on. They also stated they would be having a bartenders meeting to go over some of the alleged issues to make, that may be going on without their knowledge to ensure everyone is aware of the rules and regulations for children at the bar, guest book sign-ins, and proper procedures for booking events in the bingo hall, including having more than one person verify the persons hosting the event did obtain a valid one-day liquor license from the liquor board. I thank Swangler and Mathers for their time, left without further incident. Multiple attachments are attached to this report. All events occurred in Arundel County, Maryland. And I have a subsequent report dated July 2nd, 2025. Well, on July 2nd, 2025, at approximately 17:30 hours, I responded to Glenburnie Elks BPOE 2266, located at the same captioned address. In regards to a complaint investigation follow-up, upon arrival, I requested to speak to the licensee or porter booth manager. I was informed that there were none present at the time, but licensee Mr. Lawrence Mathers would be there momentarily. A short time later, Mathers appeared, and I requested to sit down and speak with him. I informed Mathers, after reviewing all the evidence, it was determined that a notice of violation would be issued for 4.16 unauthorized conduct for failure to obtain two one-day liquor licenses for events held on the licensed premise. I issued him notice of violation 1661, and Mathers signed and received it at 17:50 hours. Left the establishment without further incident. All events occurred in Arundel County, Maryland. And last report attached to this incident is dated 7/9/2025. On July 9th, 2025, at approximately 14:45 hours, I was informed by liquor board staff that Mr. Herbert Cruz had entered the liquor board office to pick up a one-day license. I went to the lobby and requested Cruz speak with me in my office. Upon introducing myself, I asked Cruz about his involvement with the Glenburnie Elks Lodge 2266. Cruz immediately stated he does not work with Angela on events anymore after he had been made aware of issues by his clients. Cruz said his clients were being overcharged for events hosted at the Elks and were not receiving their full security deposits back there, as they were being told they left trash in the rental space. As a result, Cruz stated he met with the exalted role in the issue, and it became apparent after the meeting that Angela may have been stealing money from the club while hosting his events. I then questioned him regarding the use of the Crown Plaza Hotel's liquor license for events and confirmed that he was aware that he needed to obtain a one-day liquor license for all events held at the club. Cruz did state he was aware, but it said Angela told him that he could make a copy of the license and use it as his one-day license since he has been employed at the Crown Plaza Hotel for more than 3 years. I questioned Cruz on how he obtained a copy of the liquor license, and he stated he took it off the wall while working at the hotel and requested someone at the front desk make him a copy of the license. He then took it with him to the Glen Burnie Elks Lodge for his events. Cruz also related that he didn't want the hotel or anyone to get in trouble for his actions. Cruz informed me on May 24th, 2025, Cruz informed me that May 24th, 2025 was the first time he had used the Crown Plaza Hotel's liquor license for his events. Cruz stated that he was not comfortable using the liquor license and said it was also the first time he had an issue related to rental fees and security deposits with Angela. Cruz said shortly after the May 24, 2025 event, he was prompted by Angela to host another last-minute event at the club on May 31st, 2025. A short time after the event and after meeting with the Exalted Ruler, he was made aware that Angela was fired from the club. Cruz was also questioned whether he requested Angela to be the bartender for his events, and Cruz replied that he never requested her, but she seemed to always be working his events. He also related that his clients would frequently be charged for two bartenders during the hosted events, but it would typically just be Angela behind the bar most of the time. I thanked Cruz for his willingness to speak with me regarding the issue and informed him that he would be requested to appear at a liquor board hearing. Cruz advised he would be when he would be notified and where to appear soon, and provided me with his contact information and mailing address. Cruz left the office without further incident. All events occurred in Anne Arundel County, Maryland. That is my statement of facts.
Thank you. Does the licensee have any questions for the Chief Inspector?
Board, Chairman, Commissioner, Inspectors, thank you. Mike Swangler, I'm the Exalted Ruler, speaking on behalf of the licensees, if that's okay with the board. I just have one correction before I make a statement for the chief. Sir, on 7/2, when you came back to provide the ticket for the violation, there was a manager on duty, and either somebody misspoke or Emily was in the back cooking that whole evening. And I think I emailed you the following day to let you know that. So, and we have since at the Elks Lodge updated our manager list, and I think we received that today. Thank you very much. An extensive one. So I appreciate that. Again, my name is Mike Swangler. I'm the Exalted Ruler. In other words, I'm the...
My apologies.
Yeah.
The chairman has a chance to ask questions, as does the other
I'm
commissioner.
sorry.
And
That's
then we'll
okay.
be,
Yes.
then you're absolutely welcome to. My apologies.
And you'll have your chance.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner, Chairman, any questions?
Yeah. Chief, the only question that I have, or a couple of questions that I have for you is, A, when you talk to the Exalted Ruler, Mr. Swangler and also Mr. Mathers, were they cooperative during that time?
Very cooperative.
Very cooperative. Okay, very good. Did they provide you with the information you requested, if you requested any?
They did.
Okay. Was anybody else present at that time that you met with them that would be relevant to this discussion that we're talking about right now?
When I originally met with Mr. Swangler and Mr. Mathers, there was one female bartender present who was somewhat familiar with the incidents, but most of the answers came from these two gentlemen.
And that's where I was going with that, if there was anybody else, a barmaid, bartender, whatever. And during your discussion with those two gentlemen, I believe you said in your report that they said that there was, they were aware of some disgruntled employee, and that they felt that that's where, A, the complaints came from, not that it was justified or not justified. But am I correct in saying that?
That's correct.
Okay. And did they name Ms. Franham as that employee?
They did.
Okay. I have no further questions for the chief at this time.
Commissioner, any questions? Or this time it's...
Sure? Okay. Thank you.
You can sit down if you wish.
No, it's fine. I like stand up. I appreciate it.
Whatever works for you.
I appreciate it. Thank you all. Good evening, everybody. I'm embarrassed to be here tonight before all of you. I am the Exalted Ruler of Glen Burnie Lodge 2266. We are fraternal order. We've been in business since 1963 in Glen Burnie, and just last year we donated over $200,000 to veterans, police, children, and the senior groups that we all donate all of our money to. And we've been the Elks have been in operation since the late 1800s, and they have a long history of donations to our nation. We're very Americana. Just this year alone, the end of our fiscal year, the Elks overall have donated $154 million to charities nationwide. I just want to give you some of my bias first. Angela, who's here tonight, she was a friend of ours. She was a friend of mine. She's been at my house for Easter. We worked very close together. She had a position of trust. She was a manager, and she was our hall manager, and she had financial responsibilities. She had the responsibility to maintain the licensees and make sure that all of our clients signed our agreements, to make sure they didn't destroy the lodge when they had rentals, to provide insurance, and to provide that one-day liquor license that brings us here today. On May 24th, I questioned Angela about the license from the hotel. She told me at that time that Mr. Cruz works there, and they're allowed to use that license because he's a caterer from that department. It seemed plausible, but we weren't really sure. So, and as many of you will understand, can probably testify for our behalf, we've called the liquor board about 12.5 times already verifying things since this incident has happened. The inspector, chief, you did a wonderful job on the report. We've met a lot of your inspectors since then. We play by the rules. We always play by the rules. This is probably a case of sour grapes. Now, if we put things in place, we verify the licenses. In fact, Mr. Cruz had another rental with us a couple of weeks ago, and our treasurer actually called the board because it was not yellow like it normally is, the copy that they give us. And your board actually verified that there was some printer problem or something, so it was a good license. He has another event this Saturday with us, and we've noticed that there was a typo somewhere on that license. We told him it's his responsibility to make sure that those times are right, because if the bar says it's 10 to 1, that's when you're getting liquor, and that's it. So we play by the rules, and we've called in a lot of times now to your board about this. So now, as far as other rentals, in the report where Ms. Franham says that there was another one that didn't have a license that weekend, that last one that she did for us, she was correct. And we made sure that they didn't have liquor at that board either. We told them, if you can't get a one-day liquor license, you're not going to have liquor. And we felt bad. It was a graduation party, and we gave her an extreme discount because we could not serve her liquor, and she couldn't bring in her liquor that day. So we made that right. But she said that Angela told them that they would be okay coming in and we would serve them. We said we cannot absolutely do that. So we've been double and triple checked all our one-day license. We realized, again, that it's a privilege. And the service that we provide and all the money we donate, it's all important. But your rules are simple. And we just got to play by the rules, and we're going to do that. Ms. Franham was dismissed as an employee, and I got to be honest with you, it wasn't because of the license. We were questioning the license, and that second time where we saw that, we said, it can't be this hotel every single time. So Mr. Cruz came back to me and said Angela would not let him talk to me. She told me he was afraid to talk to me, and he told me, "Where's my $500 down payment for my security deposit?" So he said Angela only gave him $200 and a gift certificate for her spa that she runs. So I called Angela because I was livid because Mr. Cruz told me that Angela said we had to keep $300 of their deposit because they left the hall a mess. The Glen Burnie Elks never saw that $300. When I called Angela, to be honest with you, I was going to bring her in and we're going to make it right. Because again, Angela's my friend and I was going to make this right for her. And she said, "Oh no, that was a tip." And I said, "Well, you need to come in here and straighten it out right now." She refused to do so. She stopped taking my calls and texts, so we had to part ways with her employment. The licensees are very specific about, and Larry's like a bloodhound in the lodge. When there's a party going on, he sees somebody with a can of liquor. We saw a can of beer before the liquor license started this past weekend, and we had that person removed from our hall. And we are very specific and very strict on those things. Like I said, gentlemen, ma'am, we play by the rules. We're embarrassed to be here, and we appreciate the opportunity to come talk to you today. Again, I think it's just sour apples. Angela was a friend of ours, and I think she's really upset because, we had to part ways with our employment. Mr. Cruz needs to play by the rules. He knows that. He's more than happy to rent with us anytime, but we're going to make sure his one-day liquor license are straight as an arrow. Thank you. I would be more than happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Swangler. Appreciate that. and I personally know that, you know, the Elks does a terrific job of helping out a lot of organizations and veterans organizations and various things. And I'm sure I speak for everybody when I say it's nice to know that you have such a group such as yourself. But to get to the point of tonight's hearing, and by the way, I'm sure you're familiar with that. Just recently, new legislation has come into effect as of July 1st that affects most clubs, including yours, and it's to your benefit, or at least that's my personal opinion. And I was involved with the administration and working with our senators and our delegates in order to ease the burden that, you know, clubs carry. But at the same time, there is still a requirement that one-day licenses are required, and they need to come through, of course, our office for each and every event that's held at your location, with certain exceptions for members and personal guests. This administration, and I can tell you, I speak for Mr. Aronson and Ms. Gagnon, and as well as two young ladies that work in our office, they work very hard trying to make sure these one-day licenses are proper and fit. And trust me, if you call there, you'll get an answer. If not that day, it'll be soon thereafter. But to get to the point of this particular incident, I'm not quite sure what happened. And to be honest, I'm not quite sure if the Elks is responsible or to what extent. But I know that there's a disconnect somewhere, and I'm not sure where these licenses are coming from, but they should not have Crown Plaza, if that's the name of the establishment, I believe, on them. And if you ever have a license that show up that has that on it, you don't recognize it. And please report it to us, because I think we need to put in check situations such as this. Now, I am going to give Ms. Franum an opportunity to speak, because we're hearing one side of the story. And I think it's only fair to you as well as to everybody. You've heard Mr. Swangler, you heard what he said. I understand you were terminated, so I'm not even going to get in.
Well, let me give you a little bit of background. I was with the Elks for 3 years as an employee, as a member, and then as a contractor for doing the events. You know, I worked with the Swangler family and a lot of other members there. We did a lot of volunteer work. You know, one of the events that I held for Arundel House of Hope, you know, the board was gracious enough to donate $1,000 to their new shelter that's opening the upcoming year. So it's a men's transitional shelter. So I spent a lot of volunteer time with them too, as well as an employee. Is it okay for me to start in on my?
It's okay now if we let Ms. Franum say at this point or talk at this point, or?
I don't think there's any issue with Ms. Franum speaking briefly.
No, you can go ahead.
Okay, and I'll make it brief. And so, you know, I think that, you know, from the very beginning, with the relationship with Mr. Herbert here, and then it was a situation where sometimes, you know, there's language, cultural barriers and things like that. And so when we first started, the clients would get their one-day liquor license and come in, you know, and apply for their event. And then Herbert then it kind of transitioned to where he was bringing clients in and doing contracts. So somewhere during that time in May is when this liquor license appeared, you know, and there was some, because I'd never seen anything like that before. But also too, because of some of the other things that were happening during these events, like as far as the remark about the bartender thing, after so many people, we would have to have 2 bartenders. We were limited because we had 3 employees as a bartender, and then we had volunteers. So depending on, we would rotate people, but if people weren't available, they weren't available. And there's a picture that was submitted with the documentation here that clearly shows, it's not a very attractive picture of me because I was miserable that night because of the events that took place with Mr. Swangler and Herber, of course. So I'm trying to find that picture, but you can see in the background of the picture that there is another bartender in attendance in the background. In fact, that event was, you don't really make a lot of money at these bartending events. Sometimes it's $31 and it's split between the bartenders. You do it because, you're volunteering or, it's a lot of fun. And then in the contract, they do give a little stipend to the bartenders. So that particular night was a good night. It was Christy and myself in this picture because the people were so pleased with us that they actually came up and tipped both of us an extra $100. Plus, we made pretty good money in tips that night. So, I never, during that time, felt that there were any problems. I never had any of Mr. Herber's clients complaining or anything like that. In fact, they complained about him not having enough food. Started to have contracts come in where they didn't want him involved in it. And it just, the whole situation became very uncomfortable. And I was getting to the point where I didn't want to be there anymore anyhow. And that last night in particular, was very uncomfortable, as I said, because, Mr. Swangler we had just renovated and people were scuffing the walls and doing this and that. And like I said, there was also a situation where, I would patrol the area and sometimes we were finding liquor. They were doing like an open bar under the tablecloths. So it was just getting more and more difficult with handling his events. And I was pretty much at that point after that night in the confrontation. And it became a very hostile working environment. And there were things said to me that were very derogatory. And the other thing is, I consider myself to be a very fair person. And I tried to do that with Herbert, give him extra time with getting in and getting setting up because his parties were very complicated. And that was causing a problem between Mr. Swangler and myself. So I find coming in here, I felt I was doing the right thing by calling the liquor board. Is this a real license? When he says I was fired, but I got everything together. I had made sure that they had the events, numbers to follow up on. I did everything possible to be a good person and turn things over to them. I feel very betrayed and feel like this is on me. Instead of what I tried to do the right thing is to find out, I had no idea he was an employee with them or any of that. I don't know anything about his personal life. So to come in here and hear this today, him stating that, I said that was okay. That's not true. I said, what is this? Never heard of a traveling liquor license. So I'm just a little taken back by everything. But thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Fram. Still haven't heard from Mr. Cruz. I'd like to hear from him.
Okay, that's not true. Everything start.
Wait a minute. What's not true? You say
everything what she said is not true. Everything start April 12. When we have an event, April 12, the lady have the liquor license and everything, all right? So when the lady asking for the $500 deposit, she paid for 2 bartenders and she paid $500 deposit plus she almost paid like $2,500 everything together. And she pays, it was her and the client, right? She paid, and when she went back and get the 500 deposit, she said, "Oh no, because the table was have a lot of cake. Because Mike said that the plate was dirty. She don't want to give the $500 deposit to the client because she say Mike here, Mike there." She was big liar. She's a big liar for real because what she was given is a certificate for a massage for the client.
Sir?
Right, I'm sorry.
Let's take a deep breath here. We're not going to call.
I just told you the truth because that lady, she have all the papers. She have all the receipts
All right.
that Miss Angela
Would you
has.
just stop for a second?
Okay.
All right. First of all, we're not going to be calling people names.
Okay.
Nobody in this hearing is going to do that.
Okay, so but we have the proofs.
Just hold for 1 second.
Okay.
Okay?
Mr. Chairman, can I just make one more comment? Can I just make one more comment? I'm not an attorney.
Very briefly, Mr.
You're going to be very
Swangler.
brief, sir. I will be very. I'm not an attorney, but this is not what we're here for. We're here for this,
Right.
for the Crown Plaza license. It wasn't proper. Angela told us he thought it was proper. He's saying that she knew it was proper. We don't know that. It's a hearsay, she say.
all
It's
right.
wrong. We got it. We fixed it.
Well, you just actually said everything I was about to say, so thank you.
Okay, but my
No, no.
question is,
Herbert.
listen.
Sir?
Good.
All right.
Okay. But what I
Sir,
want-
it's not your turn to talk.
Okay.
The Elks is.
Okay.
Okay? Nor are you, Ms. Franum. And I understand he said, she said, in this case, or in many cases. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a motion on a ruling on the unauthorized conduct that the Elks is being charged with. And that's all. And you can save your comments maybe for the next hearing because it might be appropriate, but no more is necessary at this one. So please
Thank
stop what
you.
you're doing.
Okay. Sorry.
Okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to make a motion. All right. And I understand, a lot of good that the Elks does and has for years and years and years. But nevertheless, there was a failure on somebody in the Elks organization as far as licenses. And I know Mr. Mathers has been in our building many, many times. And I know he's had conversations with our staff. But somewhere along the line, and it's become questionable as to how many events were taking place in the Elks that weren't sanctioned. And I'm not saying that there was any at all. But what I am saying is that going forth, you do need to do just what you said, Mr. Spangler, and that is you need to be extremely careful. And this staff, this entire row, plus the young lady back there, is here to help you. So if you have any questions as to whether something is authorized or legal, give us a call. But I'm going to go ahead and make a motion. You have one charge against the Elks, and that's for unauthorized conduct. And that's why you're here, and that's why you were charged. We needed to have you in here. We wanted to hear the situation. I'm going to do this. I know how much you donate to charitable organizations and all. And with that into consideration, I'm going to make a motion that you're guilty of this particular charge. But at the same time, I'm only going to suggest to make a motion for a $250 fine. I'd rather see any other monies go where you've been putting them. And I'm only finding you guilty because I know that there's been occasions that licenses were not obtained that should have been through no fault of, Mr. Mathers or anybody. And I'm not even going to go there except for the fact that going forward from this day on, we'll do anything to help you do it, but you make sure that when a one-day license is required, you get it. So the motion is guilty for unauthorized conduct, $250 fine. Looking for a second.
I second the motion.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you very much. Please be careful. Crown Plaza will be our next case, I believe.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Commissioner.
All right.
Correct. The next case is for DC Hotels Annapolis LLC, trading as Crown Plaza Annapolis. Ashok Kumar Asama, member, Herbert Cruz employee, Inspector Jeray Slocum, is a Class HMR Hotel, Motel, Restaurant. Beer and wine liquor license located at 173 Jennifer Road, Annapolis, Maryland. 21401, there are no restrictions. This is a request to appear before the Board of License Commissioners. Anyone wishing to testify for or against, please come forward, remain standing, raise your right hand.
There will be no testimony from my clients.
Okay.
There will be no testimony from my clients, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Ms. Hurdle?
Mr. Lyman, you have any questions for the board?
I have a question as to why my client, who's ostensibly the victim of a fraud, has been called in before the board to answer questions. I have some editorial comments that I think my clients would like me to share about the circumstance and the way that the Elks case is handled previously. I don't know. We're happy to try to respond to the board's concerns. We're here because we're licensees. We're here because my clients want to comply with the law and have. They believe in each circumstance here. And I'm happy to proffer any additional efforts or information regarding Mr. Cruz and his employment, which was terminated at the Crown Plaza Hotel as a result of the fraudulent use of the liquor license. But my clients are frankly a little disappointed to hear what the board has done. And that's because they've got costs. They've incurred counsel to appear here before the board to protect their rights, to make sure that they don't incriminate themselves under the Fifth Amendment. And we just heard a factual recitation that I thought was worthy of quite a few more charges, given the board's typical ferocity with which it pursues liquor license violations and violations of the board's rules and regulations. And a $250 fine, in my view, in my experience before the board, is not even a slap on the wrist. I understand the charitable mission of the Elks, but that's a circumstance where the Elks and the licensees at the Elks need to supervise the activities that are going on at their facility, and they woefully failed. The employees who were involved, the people who were attending to the distribution of alcohol, the people who were checking over the one-day licenses.
Mr. Lyman, well, you're here because your client's liquor license was taken off premises and used by somebody who was an employee of them.
Right, which they have no knowledge of.
But it's their license, and you're blaming the Elks for their responsibility for their premises and license, and that's why your client is here. There's no pending violation.
Well, that's why we're confused about why we're here.
Well, if you'll give us a second, we'll explain it to you,
Very
Mr.
good.
Lyman. And I'll let Mr. Hurdle explain. But I'll start off by simply saying you're here because of the actions of an employee, Mr. Cruz specifically, utilizing your license, and it's our understanding that he asked for a copy of your liquor license from another employee, right? And it was taken off the premises. Now you're saying no. I'm not saying you did it. I'm just saying that's what we're hearing. And all we want to know is we want to hear from you as to why your license is floating around Glen Burnie or Severn.
If I may, Mr. Lyman.
The simple answer is that two employees conspired to take a license off the wall and make an unauthorized photocopy of it.
And that's why you're here. The situation is with the previous violation in the association with the hotel, the board and the staff felt that there was certainly charges enough to bring the violation against the Elks. But at the moment, your client was caught up in it, and as such, they were not charged with the violation because we wanted to hear what the circumstances were. It appears that, as you've indicated, which we had reason to believe that there was some sort of fraud, We just wanted to bring them in to verify that was the circumstance. This is a serious situation, and we just wanted to make sure they understood that that was the circumstance.
They understand that.
All right.
That's why we're here. That's why they prepared.
Well, thank you, and thank you for coming. I think it is important, and nobody's charged at Crown Plaza. You understand that. Okay? So you don't have to worry about walking out of here and paying a fine or anything or losing your license. That was never a question. The question is, we'd like to know why one of our licenses is floating around other than the intended use of the place that it was intended for. Now, maybe Mr. Cruz can answer that. I'd like to know, is Mr. Cruz still employed by Crown Plaza?
He is not.
Okay. Do you know when he was terminated?
He was terminated on the 18th of July.
Thank you.
The same day that my clients were informed of the allegations against Mr. Cruz.
Okay. Well, that's one of the questions that I personally wanted to know the answer to. You heard what's been going on, and you also heard the fact that your license was being used. And we want to make sure, and I hope I'm not speaking out of turn, but we want to make sure that you understand you need to protect that license. And if you know who the other employee is, I mean, we're going to leave it up to you to take the necessary disciplinary action for that. But that license, which belongs to you, well, actually it belongs to us, and you're using it, needs to be protected.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to object. I mean, I understand you're trying to instruct my clients. It's not as if the original license was loose from the licensee's possession. It's not as if the original license was taken off the wall and the copy was substituted for this license under the glass on display at the hotel. This was, I mean, any customer can snap a photograph of this license and make a copy of it and distribute it around the county. And that could happen for any license. They're publicly available for observation by the public.
Mr. Lyman, I understand, and I think the board understands. I think the situation is in those circumstances, we'd still probably inquire with your client as to why. And it could be as simple as someone taking a photo, but I believe that everyone in the room here understands that these are a privilege and we want to verify the circumstances.
Understood.
As you've indicated, it sounds like your clients did nothing wrong. It sounds like their response was, I presume the board would indicate, reasonable. And that's what we wanted you guys here for tonight.
And that's all.
Thank
And
you,
not,
Mr. Chairman.
and I don't understand why. Well, that's all right. I'll just leave it at that. Can I just simply say, thank you for coming in. I appreciate it. And evidently, we understand that he is no longer employed by Crown. So how that license got out of your premises, I don't know. And I'm going to say right now, it's still, right, if what I'm hearing, there's still another employee involved in that, hopefully you can find out who it is and take the appropriate action. But I hope we never see another Crown Plaza license hanging up in any one-day event. That's all I got to say.
Thank you, Mr. Lyman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you, Mr. Hurdle. All right, our next case will be for, we're going to, sorry.
We're going to take a 15-minute break, but please be back punctually at 9 o'clock so we can continue business. All right, thank you. 15 minutes.
I think that. Just very briefly, I see a lot of people here. If anyone has not signed in on the sign-up sheets in the lobby, please make sure you do. It's in the entryway just outside this door before the second set of doors.
Thank you. All right, Chief, if you would.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next case we have is for Sarbhan Hotels 2 BWI LLC, trading as Courtyard Baltimore Airport. Arpan Patel, managing member. Arun Patel, member. Ronak Patel, member. Inspector Latasha Beckles, no restrictions. This is for a transfer. Currently, Marguerite Brenman, vice president and assistant secretary. Annette London Hawk, Assistant Secretary, and Shelley Saunders, Assistant Secretary on behalf of Courtyard Management Corporation, trading as Courtyard by Marriott, located at 1671 Nursery Road, Linthicum, Maryland, 21090. This is for a Class HMR Hotel, Motel, Restaurant, Beer, Wine, and Liquor license with Sunday service. Anyone wishing to testify for or against, please come forward, remain standing, and raise your right hand. Thank you. Do you solemnly swear and affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Please be seated. Starting from my left, can you please state your name and address for the record?
Counsel for the applicants, attorney at Gordon Feinblatt. Sorry, I got a little distracted by the red light not coming on. It threw me.
Arpam Patel, 6064 Marshall Lee Drive, Elk Ridge, Maryland, 21075.
Arun Patel, 2450 Chelmsford Drive, Crofton, Maryland, MD 211114.
Ronak Patel, 6023 Duvall's Forest Drive, Frederick, Maryland, 21701.
Thank you very much. Mr. Hurdle?
Ma'am?
As a quick preliminary matter, my office sent over today an updated address for Ronak Patel. He recently moved to Frederick, and we got that information and sent it over today. I'm not sure if that made its way into the packet yet this evening, but I just wanted to let you know that that is different than what was originally provided to the board. This is, as noted, a transfer of an existing license for a hotel known as the Courtyard Baltimore Airport. You may recognize these applicants. They were before this board last fall for a license for the Hyatt Place BWI with their other entity, Sarbonne Hotels BWI, missing the number 2 in the name. That license was approved. It is pending being retrieved. They had a little bit of a hiccup with the fire department requiring them to make some updates to that facility, and the parts being back ordered and stuck on boats is my understanding. So everything has been retrieved now, and I believe that we have all of the final pieces of paperwork into the board as of today, so that they should be able to retrieve that license soon. The group, as you may recall, has ownership of hotels in a number of locations. This is their second in Anne Arundel County. They have others in Maryland, West Virginia, and Pennsylvania in some capacity. It is a family-owned business. The applicants who are here before you are all related to one another, and everyone else that has ownership interest in the hotel is related as well. They have made a go of it. They've done very well, and I'm proud to be here with them again for a second location here in Anne Arundel County. They have extensive experience. If you will ask either Arun or Ronak, they grew up in the hotels. Like, their parents have been running hotels. They literally grew up as kids in the hotels, running them with their parents. So they are very familiar with everything that goes into these businesses. The hotel is part of the Courtyard concept. There is a small cafe area and a lounge that will be serving hotel clients. The area seats about 30. The applicants have all been recently recertified with John Murray, and they are currently pursuing having all their hotel staff alcohol certified. They let me know on the way in here that their general manager is going to be trained so that she can provide certification to every single employee across all of the Sarbonne entities. They do have policies and procedures in place for employees to follow. They have those employees sign off on them. If there are violations, those employees will be terminated, same as if there are violations of the rules and regulations of this board. And I do say the program from earlier this evening was definitely a scared straight program for anybody that's looking to get a license before you. Alcohol is stored in a locked area. There are only managers who have a key to that area, and it is under control. Arpon, who is here, will be doing the ordering of alcohol. As this is a transfer and the location's never had a violation previously, there's no reason to believe that there will be any concerns from the public or any sort of disturbances arising from this location. The applicants are happy to answer any questions that this board may have, but otherwise, I don't know how much else I need to tell you. So.
Chairman, any questions?
No questions.
Madam Commissioner, any questions?
Okay. Anything else before
No need for rebuttal, so that's our case.
You're right about that. I won't say I liked it, but I appreciate the scared point, the scared straight point. I think hopefully a lot of people, it got their attention. So thank you. I'm going to make a motion that we go ahead and okay and approve the transfer. Looking for a second.
I second the motion.
I have a second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Thank you.
much.
And
Enjoy
lots
the
of
rest.
luck. And please read the rule book.
Enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thank you. Okay, our next case is for Buena Cocina LLC, trading as Don Chico's, Juan Francisco Moreno Areza, member. Inspector Christopher Sidebottom, no restrictions. This is for a transfer and upgrade to dancing. Currently, Alondra Maladrano Espana, member on behalf of Buena Cocina, trading as Mimo's Bar and Grill, located at 302 Harry S. Truman Parkway, Suite K, Annapolis, Maryland, 21401. This is for a Class H restaurant, beer, wine, and liquor license with Sunday service. Anyone wishing to testify for or against, please come forward and raise your right hand. Thank you. Do you solemnly swear and affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please be seated. Will you please state your name and address for the record?
Juan Francisco Moreno Arreaza, 225 Bowen Court, Annapolis, Maryland, 21401.
Thank you. Mr. Ertl?
Sir, it's your case to present. Could you tell us about the hours and operations?
Look, the hours are 11 in the morning until 9:30 at night during the week, and then 11 on Saturdays, Fridays and Saturdays.
What sort of food do you have? How is the operation going to be run?
Well, the concept is a Spanish food and Venezuelan food. So it's going to be a fusion restaurant of these two types of foods. I mean, I was born in Venezuela. My family's from Spain. So I'm bringing in a different concept to the table in this side of town because this is River Road, off of River Road, actually.
And how's the alcohol going to be stored and handled? Could you elaborate on that?
Well, the alcohol is stored in the office. It's a closed office, and then in the bar area, just like it came with the restaurant. It's a fully operational restaurant. This is what it was.
Anything else to add, sir?
Not really. I mean, if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Chairman, any questions?
I have a couple of questions for you, sir.
Yes, sir.
First of all, this used to be Nemo's, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you want to upgrade to dancing?
No, not really. I don't want to have any dancing there. It's just that I wanted to have an additional TV, not looking to make it into a sports bar, but want to have an additional TV. My wife plays tennis, I play tennis, and, every now and then, people will want to come and watch a tennis match.
Sure.
And they said that to do that, I had to upgrade the license. Then I have people from Heritage Harbor, it's a 55-plus community, but in reality, the people that show up is a lot older. And they're asking me if I'm going to have trivia nights. And I understand that for that, you need to get a license. So I'm not looking to do that because honestly, I mean, I'm looking to make this into a place where you can have good food and, pair it with a good drink and that's it. But who knows? I mean, at this point, it's not something that I have as an immediate priority.
Okay. I guess I'm a little confused as to the permits that he would need to accomplish what he wants. Any suggestions from the administration? But entertainment in itself would suffice? Or not?
I think with dancing under the current rules, any other form of entertainment, and this is one of the things we've talked about. Trivia is.
Okay, yeah, and I'm going to make a motion, and what I'm going to do is make a motion that we go ahead and agree and accept the transfer. We wish you a lot of luck with that. But I'm going to restrict the dancing to allow your trivia and various things of that nature, but not permit dancing on the floor.
That's fine. I'm not
Okay, and I think that's what you said, that you weren't necessarily looking for that, correct?
No, not really. But I did think about eventually having someone play a Spanish guitar, on a Friday or a Saturday. I don't know if that's allowed or not.
Yeah, that would be allowed. And again, the only thing I'm doing is I'm putting a restriction on the dancing. Basically, say no
that's fine.
dancing.
No, I'm not even
Okay.
interested in that.
Then we're in agreement, then so be, that's my motion, to go ahead and agree to allow the transfer and to give you dancing, but restricting the fact that there would be no dancing itself. I'm sorry about that, but that's the title of that particular permit,
That's
which
fine.
we're going to change, by the way. I'm looking for a second.
I second the motion.
Okay, I have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Congratulations, lots of luck to you.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Is that it?
All right, our next case is for MD Wine and Spirits LLC, trading as Maryland Wine and Spirits. Keshab Sharma, member, Inspector John Maloney. There is one restriction on the license placed on 4/12/2011 that says all employees must be alcohol awareness certified. It's for a transfer, an upgrade to beer, wine, and liquor tasting, and requesting delivery. Currently, Wing Chung, member, on behalf of Maryland Wine and Spirits LLC, trading as Maryland Wine and Spirits, located at 5736 Deal Churchill Road, Deal, Maryland, 20751. This is for a Class A packaged goods, beer, wine, and liquor, with beer and wine tasting and Sunday service currently. Anyone wishing to testify for or against, please come forward and remain standing. Raise your right hand. Thank you. Do you solemnly swear and affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. Starting from my left, can you please state your name and address for the record?
Good evening, Your Honor. It's nice to see you again. My name is Pete Melcavage, Melcavage, and I represent Mr. Sharma.
My name is Keshav Sharma, and my address is 1604 Heather Place, Crofton, Maryland, 21114.
Thank you. Please be
Thank
seated.
you.
Mr. Hurdle?
Mr. Milkevich, it's your case to proffer.
This is a straight-up transfer, Your Honor. This was actually, I think, scheduled for March, and it's been postponed twice because the licensee that they was buying the liquor store from had 2 infractions back-to-back. And I think that's added the restriction that all employees, he's aware of that restriction. He is currently the manager of Catherine Liquors, so he's very well aware of the management of the liquor rules and procedures of the liquor board. He is currently also taking management classes. He's already developed policies and procedures based on what he's learned from his manager role currently. The establishment is expected to be open from 9 a.m. till 10 p.m., 7 days a week, with occasional tastings on the weekends. And that's what we're seeking, Your Honor. I believe we've submitted all the documents. I do have some additional documents if the board is open to receiving them now.
Sure.
I have, let's see. I have the sales and use tax license. I have the zoning certificate of use, and I have the workers' compensation package. Thank you very much. So,
Thank you.
the other documents that are pending, we can't actually do, like the trader's license, until the transfer actually occurs. The occupancy permit, we've engaged a contractor for that. The health insurance, do we need a health department license given that we're not serving food?
No, I don't believe you do.
I don't think so either. That was on the list, and that's.
Well, it depends on what you're doing within the establishment, but you're not, so.
No, we're not serving.
Right,
I
you're
wasn't
fine.
sure with the tastings if there needed to be health. Then that's okay. That was.
That's fine.
And the capacity sign. Do we really need that? It's a liquor store. Okay, so it's less than 50, so we're fine with it. Okay. Thank you. Do we have to get that? Do we have to get the fire marshals?
Yeah, he will do a final inspection.
Okay.
Send it to us, and
Okay, fantastic. So, thank you. I think that's all, Your Honor. I'll submit.
Thank you. My wife doesn't even say Your Honor, but I appreciate it. And don't you tell her I said that. Oh, she's watching. She's watching. I'm in trouble. And I do have a question. I understand the transfer, and I don't see a problem with that. But you're requesting delivery. Am I correct in that?
Delivery, yes.
Okay. This particular establishment has had 3 sale to minors within a 5-year period. That's not a good track record.
Right.
And the reason I'm bringing that up is I hesitate granting delivery at this time.
At this time.
But what I'm thinking about doing is making a motion to grant the transfer, but I'm going to not approve the delivery this year. But 1 year from now, if you want to come back and you can show us that you're not following what the previous owners had, then we might be open to at least listening to your request for delivery. And that's going to be my motion. So I'm making a motion that we grant the transfer, but I'm not going to make a motion that we give you delivery at this time.
At this time.
But again, a year from now, please feel free to come back in and see us.
And I believe
Okay?
that's very fair, Your Honor,
Thank
given the history of the
Yeah.
people they're purchasing from.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank
So
you
that's
so
a motion. I'm looking for a second.
I second the motion.
Okay.
Maybe we step back, so that includes everything.
Very good, granted.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, the next hearing, or excuse me, case is for Sunny Ventures LLC, trading as Rodizio Grill. Jerry W. White Jr., member. Elizabeth Bedow, member. Michael Edris Santos Jr., general manager. Inspector Jure Slocum. There are no restrictions. Excuse me, this is for a transfer. Currently, Aurora Leone, member. Zed Namari, member. And Justin Smith, member on behalf of Sunny Ventures LLC, trading as Rodizio Grill, located at 1079 Annapolis Mall Road, Suite 204, Annapolis, Maryland 21401. This is for a Class H restaurant, beer, wine, and liquor license with entertainment, Sunday license with outdoor service. Anyone wishing to testify for or against, please come forward and raise your right hand. Thank you. Do you solemnly swear and affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please be seated. Starting from my left, can you please state your name and address for the record? Ma'am.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's Elizabeth Beto, 17832 Mary Margaret Street, Dallas, Texas, 75287.
Thank you, sir.
I'm Jerry White, 17832 Mary Margaret Street, Dallas, Texas, 75287.
Michael Santos, 1606 Hog Farm Road, Millersville, Maryland, 21108.
Thank you. Mr. Ertl?
Your case to present.
Yes, we purchased a restaurant from Sunny Ventures. We left the entity intact for the mall, basically because of the lease circumstances. The mall has since sold, and we're negotiating a new lease with them, but that's actually not part of the process here. But we've been in the restaurant business, Liz and myself, for over 22 years now. We have restaurants in Texas and in California. I hold 2 other liquor licenses in both of those restaurants. So we're just looking to do an officer change for Sunny Ventures.
What are the hours going to be like for the operation?
So we're open 7 days a week. We're open for lunch from
11:30.
11:30, and then we close 10 p.m. on weekdays, and I think 11 p.m. on 9 on the weekdays, 10 on the weekends.
Could you explain how you plan to operate this, given your Texas residence?
We're in communication with Mikey, our general manager, and he is sort of operating with autonomy. We communicate with him probably daily about anything that he might have going on. If I just added one little thing about it, Mikey just accomplished 100% positive reviews, over 101 reviews last month in all of the feedback that we've gotten across all of the different platforms, Google, TripAdvisor, and I feel like that there might be some concern, but I think that we've got a handle on that.
We are actively engaged in the business, all of them, every day. Though we're based in Texas, we travel by motorhome. So we take our motorhome to California. We stay for a couple of months. Even though Texas is home base, we have another business unrelated to food service industry in Florida. So we stay there for a couple of months, and then the plan originally was to come to Annapolis. Winters here are a little bit of a challenge for our travel schedule, but that's how we handle it. So that Mikey has FaceTime with us. We see him at Rodizio meetings, which are scheduled all over the country. So we are not absentee owners at all.
Mr. Chair, any questions?
Yes, I have a question or two. First of all, do either of you have any interest in any other liquor establishment in the state of Maryland?
No.
No other establishments, okay. First of all, I think that's a compliment to you, Mike, if I can call you that from what I'm hearing. So, but you do realize that you're evidently going to be the sole eyes on everybody and everything that goes on there. And I hope you realize that because of that, it's going to put a strain and a stress. And hopefully you can hire yourself some good managers. And by the way, are you familiar with the management agreement?
Yes.
You know how that works?
Yes, I had taken over as general manager before the sale of the restaurant, so I'm fully aware of everything.
Okay, good, because if you're not there, and of course you probably won't be there, then you could find yourself in violation of, Maryland state law as far as the licensees have to be on the premises at all times, or a person on the manager's agreement. So please make sure you adhere to that. I have no further questions.
Madam Commissioner?
I have no questions.
Okay, I'm going to make a motion that we go ahead and accept the transfer. Looking for a second.
I second the motion.
All right, all in favor? Aye. Congratulations.
Thank you, and I'd just like to take a moment to compliment Janet here. She has been a tremendous, and Michelle, tremendous help through this process. And we've had some stumbling blocks along the way with previous landlord, current landlord, and it's just been one thing after the next. So we really appreciate your help, and I'm so happy to be here.
And if I can just take a moment and congratulate you with your transfer, because I can tell you I enjoy stopping in there occasionally, and it's just they've always been good. And if Mike keeps that going, that'd be a good thing for the two of you.
That's great to hear. Thank you
All
so
right.
much for the compliment, and feel free to dine with us anytime.
Oh, well, thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Okay, next case, Chief.
All right, the next case is for Severn Liquors. Thank you. Anyone wishing to testify for or against, please come forward, remain standing, and raise your right hand. Please raise your right hand, sir.
Benjamin Carter on behalf of my client.
Thank you. Do you solemnly swear and affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
State name and address in the microphone.
My name is Srinivas Samanapelli. Address is 2499 Vineyard Springs Way, Ellicott City, Maryland 21043.
Thank you, Mr. Erdl.
Mr. Carter. Thank you, Mr. Hurdle. Thank you, members of the board. I'm here tonight on a routine transfer. My client is the contract purchaser of Severn Liquors. For those of you unfamiliar with the shopping center, it's on Crane Highway too, but it's in Glen Burnie. It's not connected to the Crane Highway in Crofton. It's in the shopping center with Tractor Supply Company and the Gabes and a Giant. He is new to the alcoholic beverage industry, but he intends to devote himself pretty fully to it. He'll be at the store 20 to 30 hours a week, and he's also hired a general manager who came recommended from a friend. He's going to be keeping the 2 employees that the store has on staff for the time being. That may change in the future, but for now they will be there to help with the transition. The hours of the store will be 9 to 9 Sunday through Thursday, and 9 to 10 on Friday and Saturday. There will be no changes to the mode of operation at this time, other than the request for tasting and delivery, or just the request for delivery, my apologies. And I'd respectfully request that this application be approved. Mr. Chairman, any questions?
I do. I have a couple of them. First of all, do you have any financial interest in any other place that sells alcohol in the state of Maryland?
No.
You said no?
No.
Okay, thank you. Next question. I notice you don't have a management agreement at present there, or the present operators.
Yes, there will be a management agreement filed with this board immediately post-closing, but because we're not the licensees yet.
I understand. I just want to make sure I pointed that out, Mr. Carter.
Yes, we've discussed it, and we've discussed having all employees alcohol awareness certified, so in the event that he or his general manager is not on the premises, they're still compliant with the law.
And I think you heard in one of the previous cases here, not too long ago, I denied the request for delivery until they could show the board for a period of 12 months. And that was because they had a track record that wasn't good. And unfortunately, Severn Liquors also has a track record that is not so good. Just within the last year, they've had 2 sale to minors, and then it wasn't that long ago they had another one. So I'm going to go ahead and make a motion that we do accept the transfer into your name, but I'm going to also not approve the request for delivery for a period of 1 year, kind of a trial period, if you will. And you're going to have to show this board that you can operate your business for whatever amount of time before we can trust. It's pretty difficult for the liquor board or any agency, police department, whatever, to see what's going on when you have deliveries. So you have to kind of prove yourself, and that's why I'm doing that. So I'm going to make a motion that we approve the transfer, but not the request for delivery for a period of 1 year, at which time you can come back in and request it. Looking for a second.
I second the motion to approve it.
Oh,
I have 2 questions regarding that motion, Mr. Chairman.
Sure.
First, is the 1 year date from today or from the date of effectuation of the transfer?
Let's make it today.
Okay.
And also, I'm also going to change the restriction. There was a restriction put on this place back in 2005. Says all employees be certified in an approved alcohol awareness training course within 60 days. Not 60 days. Before they can work the register, they have to be alcohol awareness trained. Okay? So we're going to change that restriction, and we're going to take the 60 days away. If you hire somebody, it doesn't take long to get them trained, and I think pretty soon, I hope that the liquor board will have some help out there for you and with that too. But for now, I'm going to go ahead and recommend the approval for the transfer only. Looking for a second.
Mr. Carter, you indicated there was a second question. Yes, and it's just related to the past violations. And if I can follow up with the staff tomorrow, but I was just curious, what was the date of the last violation?
I have November 21st, 2024. And then there was one in June 9th, 2024.
Okay. Thank
And
you,
then
Mr.
there
Chairman.
was one that was outside the 5-year period.
Thank you.
Okay?
Make a motion?
Yes. I'm sorry, I fell asleep. No, I'll make a motion that transfer be approved, but not with the delivery. Looking for a second.
I second.
I have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. You got it. Thank you, Mr. Carter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yep.
Okay, our last case is for the Oyster House LLC, trading as the Oyster House. Stephen Swat, member, Inspector John Maloney. This is for a new license located at 4801R Woods Wharf Road, Shadyside, Maryland, 20764. This is for a Class D tavern, beer, wine, liquor, with on sale only, entertainment, Sunday license with outdoor service. Anyone wishing to testify for or against, please come forward, remain standing, and raise your right hand.
Okay. Anybody wishing to testify, raise your right hand.
Thank you. Do you solemnly swear and affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, please be seated wherever you can. Starting from my left, could you please state your name and address for the record?
My name is Shepherd G.A. My address is 614 Shady Drive.
Steve Schwab, 1206 Hayes Road, Shadyside.
On behalf of LLC, address is 200 Westgate Circle, Suite 500, Annapolis, Maryland, 21401.
My name is John Weiss. My address is 1466 Neiman Road, Shadyside, Maryland, 20764.
Peter Long, 1421 Neiman Road, Shadyside, Maryland, 20764.
George Riley, 1457 Neiman Road, Shadyside, Maryland, 20764.
Ma'am, if you plan to testify.
Kitty Carr, 1421 Neiman Road, Shadyside, Maryland, 20764.
Robert Ottenhoff, 1452 East-West Shadyside Road, Shadyside, Maryland.
Nathan Fincher, 1470 East-West Shadyside Road, 20764 Shadyside.
Amanda Fincher, 1470 East-West Shadyside Road, Shadyside, Maryland, 20764.
Peter Nesbitt, 152 Conduit Street, Annapolis, Maryland, 21401.
And we just wanted to clarify, who is here to testify in favor of the application? I guess raise your hand. And who's here to testify in opposition? Thank you.
Sure. Sorry. So for is 2 persons, and then against is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Has everyone signed in on the sign-in sheet?
Everybody in opposition?
Oh, I my given name is Heather. I never use it. I never use it.
Just very briefly before we get started, with cases where there's opposition, we tend to limit the testimony of people who are in support or in opposition who are not the applicants. My anticipation is typically we do it for 2 minutes. That may prevent some of you from testifying. Would you prefer to have 1 minute each, or would you prefer to do 2 minutes and then some of you may not get an opportunity to speak?
Sir, I would like to address the board. I'd
Sure,
like
you
to
will
make a
have 2
motion.
minutes at the end, or you will have, right now, we have about 25 minutes before we have to leave the room. My anticipation is their presentation will take about 10 to 15 minutes, so there'll be about 10 minutes for you guys to speak. If you each get a minute, you'll each have a chance. If you each take 2 minutes, 4 of you will get a chance to speak. I'm asking now how the people in opposition would prefer to proceed.
I think we need to have an opportunity to make a record on this. There was no notice given of this appropriately. There are
Sir, this
key
is not the
issues.
time for the opposition.
I'm saying that in terms of the time needed.
I understand.
I would
we have a motion to make a continuance at this time, given the fact that we can't be pushed to the end and not have a fair chance to make a record.
First of all,
our
you weren't
points.
pushed to the end.
I'm
That was
sorry?
the way it was scheduled originally. All right, it wasn't pushed for any reason except for the
We were the
schedule.
last. I
Okay.
understand it, but it, again.
And that's different than what you
Ms.
said.
Wheatley, they've indicated a desire for a postponement. What is your position on that?
Mr. Chairman, they're, from my understanding, have an issue with the notice that was posted on the property. From my discussions with the board administration and inspectors and my client, or the.
Ms. Wheatley, would you oppose
I would
or
oppose,
grant the
I would
postponement?
oppose the postponement. We're here and we're ready and notice was provided.
Thank you.
I have a filing that is not based on that.
Is that for the postponement or is that
For the postponement.
generally? And what is the reason for the postponement request?
Postponement is inadequate zoning review, failed to actually consider the residential properties within about 150 feet across the water. In the discussion with the actual person in charge of it from Anne Arundel County, she said, I've never thought about across the water.
If
I
I
only
may,
do it
these are
just- I'm
appeal
not
issues.
done.
I don't think that they're proper from
Mr.
the
Aronson,
this.
was zoning contacted before this application was scheduled?
And we have a letter, I believe, I read.
Mr. Chair, at this time, there's a request for a postponement before the board.
Procedure says 5 minutes, not 2.
If I may
At
brief,
this time, the board's going to deny the postponement request, and we're going
Thank
to
you.
proceed. It's the applicant's case at this time.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Are we ready
Question
to
of order.
proceed?
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Question of order?
Yes, sir.
I believe in your regulations, it says 5 minutes per opponent protest?
I believe that we have the ability to change that. As indicated, we're going to do 2 minutes per person.
All right.
Thank you. Ms. Wheatley?
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Chairman and the board. My name is Kira Wheatley. I'm here on behalf of the Oyster House LLC. We have two witnesses here with us today, Mr. Steve Schwat, who will be the licensee of the license. He is a member of the Oyster House LLC, a resident in the neighborhood of where this establishment will be, and here to answer all your questions about the business model of the property, hours, days, any entertainment operation, and things of that nature. I also have today here with me Mr. Shep Toulier. He's an expert in land planning. He's going to offer his testimony as far as the public need for this establishment and the fact that it doesn't interfere with any other licensees in the area or negatively impact the neighborhood. I'm going to start with a proffer of testimony that Mr. Steve Schwat will offer, and then I'll let Mr. Shep Toulier testify. And of course, if you have any questions for either of these witnesses, they're more than happy to answer any questions you have. The property is more commonly known as the Leatherberry Point Marina, which serves the Parish Creek neighborhood. It has extremely deep ties to the region's maritime and oystering industry. This building where the tavern will be located is an old historic oyster cannery building that has largely remained untouched and has many features from when the building had operated. As you'll see to my right, Mr. Schwat is holding up a photo of the oyster cannery as it was, operating in its prime. The goal of this establishment is to serve as a tavern, which is a permitted use under the zoning code, but also to celebrate the maritime industry and the history of this property on the bay. It will utilize a very small portion of the interior of the building. And, as you'll see on the site plans, it's using the existing concrete table where they actually shucked and processed the oysters back in the day. So the licensee is doing everything he can to preserve this property as it is. There's going to be inside service and storage of alcohol, and then there will be outside seating that will, where people can sit and consume the drinks and listen to music. That's, part of the request that we're asking for as an entertainment permit. The outside seating area is going to be clearly delineated with roped fencing and gates, signage. There's existing surveillance already on the property. The licensee is prepared to do everything he can to make sure that outside area is monitored and strictly monitored. It's a rather large property. It has adequate parking. There's going to be about 20 slips for transient boaters to, dock their boats while they visit this tavern. So not only will there be parking for people that drive to the establishment, but designated slips for boaters. And that's part of the appeal of this establishment, is that it serves day boaters and people visiting the area, as well as those who are local and residents of the neighborhood, to come by boat and to come by car, which is not a unheard of thing in this county. It's proven to be a successful and desired operation in this county and can operate without a negative impact on the surrounding area. So as of now, the intention for the Oyster House operation is to only be open 4 days a week, Thursday through Sunday. They're going to have pretty limited hours. It's 1 p.m. to 11 p.m. with the intention to stop any entertainment by 10 p.m. They're also operating only seasonally, so through April 1 through November 1. So only 7 months out of the year will this be operating, so no winter month activity. It's also, as you can imagine with the outdoor seating, somewhat weather dependent. So, on a rainy day, people aren't going to be sitting outside and drinking alcohol and listening to music. So, with it, there's already some limitation to the operation, but also seasonally and weather dependent. The property is zoned MC, a tavern being a permitted use in that zoning. As you'll see on the site plan and the record and the location map, the surrounding area on Parish Creek is all marina zoning or industrial zoning. The location of the stage, as you'll see, is southeast of the building. So it's facing towards all the industrial and marina zone property. The music and lights are not faced at all towards any residential properties. And, everything will obviously be turned off and lights turned off, music turned off by a reasonable hour. Any lighting on the property is limited to string lighting, no strobe lights, no spotlights, no, flashing lights, nothing that creates any sort of late night party atmosphere. That is not the goal here. The goal is for just mild acoustic style entertainment, like I said, ending at 10 p.m. There's a off-sale component that's associated with Class D licenses, and we're not seeking that today. It is on premises sale and consumption only. So that, limits a lot of boating traffic or driving traffic for people that would want to come in and out for off sales of alcohol. The tavern meets all distance requirements. The closest residentially zoned property is 390 feet away. The closest school is 1,803 feet away, and the closest church being 1,893 feet away. Like I said, the stage and entertainment area with any lights facing southeast of the property, the building itself provides that barrier for any noise or lighting that, perhaps the opposition is concerned about. The licensee desires this to be a very inviting waterfront, relaxed entertainment space. He wants to serve the community. He's a resident of the neighborhood. He's there, resides in the area and intends to be there often, monitor it, strictly. He's reviewed the rules and regulations. He wants to be a good neighbor, and he wants to be afforded the opportunity to be a good neighbor. There's also no dancing, no entertainment shows, nothing like that. There's no designated dancing area. It's simple acoustic style music for people to hang out and listen to and have a crush when they come off the boat. Further, the licensee, we've put this in the application, it's in the record, he has held a license before, so he doesn't currently hold one now, but he's aware of the rules and regulations. He doesn't have any sort of record of any violations. The license was not revoked. So he understands the responsibility that's associated with that and will ensure that any employees or managers that are necessary to obtain that certification have that as well. I'll just go ahead and give Mr. Schwat an opportunity to tell you about himself, his contributions to the public, and anything else he wants to add that I might have missed in my proffer. As a way to help, not belabor this too long, but I'd like to allow him an opportunity to speak.
Excuse me, before you start, Mr. Schwat, what were the hours again, the days and the hours?
Yes, so it's Thursday to Sunday, with the, obviously assuming the Sunday permit is allowed. 1 p.m. to 11 p.m. with entertainment ending at 10 p.m. It's acoustic style right now. There's no large amplified projection. I mean, any speakers are not provided by the establishment.
Just so clear, are there going to be speakers?
I think it's still our opportunity to put on our case.
You can't speak. Sorry.
You'll have a chance.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Good evening. Just to clarify that last point, we will not have an amplification system or speakers at the marina. We will not have outdoor speakers. We won't have indoor speakers. We will not have amplifiers. We will not be producing music ourselves. The idea is, as we just heard, sort of acoustic guitar. So not Ozzy Osbourne, more James Taylor and that type of music. So just a little history about myself. I've lived in the area for 45 years. We acquired the Leatherberry Point Marina a number of years ago. We already owned Parish Creek Landing, which used to be Backyard Boats, and we were managing the Leatherberry Point Marina for a number of years for Jackie Leatherberry and John Douglas, who owned the marina. Obviously, Jackie Leatherberry was a descendant of the original Leatherberry brothers. My full-time job is a real estate developer and primarily renovate old buildings and have renovated many historic assets in and around the Washington metro area. When we acquired the Leatherberry Marina, we started spending time inside the structure. It is an incredible building that really deserves to be celebrated and allow people to come and see it. All of the original equipment is still in the building. The concrete pad on the second floor where they used to push oysters through a slit, the oysters would come down, and there were two sides where men would stand up on a platform and shuck the oysters and put them in a can. The bar itself is in one of those two rooms that faces the water. And as we heard, there is a 20-foot by 4-foot concrete slab counter where they used to actually put the cans of oysters and then tap them closed. There are no modifications being made to the building other than we are removing a double door and putting in a garage door. The Historic Resources Officer from Anne Arundel County has been to the site. She has indicated that she will approve our plan. And so we're not going to damage or take apart, what's there. We want to celebrate what's there. At the marina currently, we lease space to the Chesapeake Bay Foundation's Oyster Recovery Program. They store their oysters, their 6 tanks, and a whole lot of oyster shells at our property. We also recently entered into an agreement with Anne Arundel County after the lease at Discovery was terminated, and we've entered into a short-term agreement, which we hope will become a long-term agreement to provide public access using our 2 boat ramps at the marina. Thank you. We've also entered into an agreement with the Anne Arundel County Fire Department to provide dockage for their new $2 million fire boat, and that agreement is at no charge to Anne Arundel County or the fire department. So we are, civically minded. I live in the area. I'm not looking to create anything other than a nice spot for people to bring their boat, tie up, come on land, have a drink, whether it's a beer or a crush or whatever it is, maybe play some cornhole, enjoy the view, which is pretty spectacular there. You try, you can see the Chesapeake Bay Bridge. We heard that there is a small stage that we will build. That stage is in a corner of the building on the opposite side of the creek. Parish Creek splits in 2. And I heard everybody here, many of them are from our Neiman Road. So we are on the complete opposite side of the building, and any music will basically project off the back wall of the oyster house and will project into the rest of the creek. So it's going to project, if at all, towards the 2 other marinas that are there, towards the marine construction company that is there. And we don't plan on having rock bands. We don't plan on having anything loud. This is Jimmy Buffett. This is quiet music to sit and enjoy. We don't plan on having weddings or parties. That's not the intent here. We have a marina. We have about 100 slips plus 70 racks in a boatel where we bring boats in and out on a forklift. And the idea of creating a small bar for our patrons to use and then other people to come. We plan on making the Oyster House a point of interest, and we plan on promoting that. One of the things we've talked about with Chesapeake Bay Foundation is partnering and actually, putting types of educational materials out so people, can learn more about oystering and such things, on the Maryland water. I did bring, just so anybody's interested, this is actually a drawing by John Douglas. He was a prolific artist, and he drew the oyster house from the water back in the 1950s, we think. And it's pretty interesting, and I can bring it up when we're done. And I also brought a couple artifacts. This is an original Leatherbury Brothers Black Swan oyster, door plaque. And then this is what their cans look like. And these are orange and black, and if you go on eBay, they sell for about $400 or $500. So there's a huge amount of history here. We want to celebrate that history. We want to bring more people in to learn about it. I am in the neighborhood. I know people who live on Neiman. We will not bother our neighbors. I live across from Pirates Cove and across from Stan and Joe's. Their music ends at, I believe, 9 o'clock in the evening. You very rarely can hear anything coming from those establishments, and they have, much louder music and have bigger musical entertainment. We're not a restaurant, so we're not going to be serving food.
I'm going to just,
Oh,
to
thank
clarify, I do want to ask you to go ahead and explain to the board exactly the plans for any, if any, food service that you'll be providing.
We do not have a kitchen. Our permit is not for food service. If this is successful, possibly at some point in the future, years down the road, there is room in the Oyster House where we could build a kitchen and could ultimately serve food there. But right now, there is no food service, and the only food that might be served is if we had a food truck come during the weekend.
And Mr. Swat, you mentioned the permitting process you're undergoing. So is it accurate to state that you are working with Arundel County in the permitting process to ensure that all other regulations not applicable to this liquor license itself, but the building and construction of the property are properly complied with?
We do have construction permits submitted. They are going through the review process. They have to go through the fire department to make sure that we don't block access to the docks. We have to go through the health department because even drinks are considered food, so the health department has to also approve the plans.
Okay. And just to make sure that we're not leaving anything out. Mr. Schwab, can you just briefly tell the board about any other similar establishments, if any, are in the area? Or the closest thing?
I mentioned Stan and Joe's and Pirates Cove, which is in Galesville.
In Shadyside specifically, do you know of any?
In Shadyside, excuse me. There's the Corner Grill, which is about 3/4 of a mile from this establishment. There's the Shadyside Market, which is right across from our marina. There's the Driftwood Diner that serves breakfast and lunch. There is the old, I forget the name of the restaurant that's down the street from the Corner Grill, but it's now going to be a Greek restaurant, I recently read. But there really are no, there used to be the Snug Harbor Inn, which was on Snug Harbor Road, right next to the Driftwood Diner, which is just opposite our marina. That closed a number of years ago. That was a bar and a restaurant, and they've been closed for probably close to 10 years now.
And Mr. Schwab, are you aware of any other members of the community or people that have submitted any additional letters in support of your liquor license?
Yeah, there have been a number of letters submitted from people who live in the area, who live in Shadyside, in Harwood, in Galesville, in support of the project.
And Mr. Chairman, I do have a copy of additional emails and letters that were submitted to the board that we were provided, and I, motion to make them part of the official record. I have copies for everyone.
My understanding is they did not come within the 5 days, so they're not automatically submitted, but we will give them the weight that they deserve and take them into the record at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Can I answer any questions for the board?
Well, I think it would be best if we had that next witness testify, then the
Yep.
board could wrap up with questions to the
That's fine. Yep. I do have Mr. Toulier here with me, and I plan to ask him some questions and qualify him as an expert. I have his resume, so I can go ahead and voir dire him and go through the resume and everything, or I can just motion. Okay. All right. Thank you so much. All right. Mr. Toulier, can you please explain first, are you familiar with the address of the property seeking this license tonight?
Yes.
Okay.
Excuse me, yes, I am.
And have you visited the site?
I have.
Okay. Have you had an opportunity to review the application and the plans that have been submitted to the board?
I have.
Okay. And are you aware of the zoning on this property? If so, can you explain that zoning and the
Yeah,
types of uses permitted with that zoning?
It's MC zoning, which is the heaviest marina zoning. Other uses which would be permitted on the property
would include banquet halls, watercraft rental, charter operations, fire stations, and pile driving marine construction could occur on this site.
Would you agree with me that of the, in the marine zoning district, there is a limited number of, permitted uses that are allowed in this district?
Yeah, primarily maritime uses, plus the ones I mentioned.
And what is your understanding of the business model of the proposed oyster house?
I went to the site, I saw the area where the stage would be facing south, southeast, on the water, piers coming off the property, an opportunity to utilize this historic structure as the oyster house, and have the ability to have the acoustic music that was mentioned, along with having alcohol service in the bar area, and it's as you mentioned, it's a seasonal operation, and also be subject to the weather issues as well. I did look at other tavern licenses and other entertainment type venues in both Shady Side and Galesville, and Mr. Schwat mentioned the Pirates Cove and mentioned Stan and Joe's. Stan and Joe's is a Class D. They have off sale. Pirates Cove is a Class B. It also has off sale. I think the premise that is most similar, although at a larger scale, is really almost 6 miles away in Deal, and that's the Boathouse, which is also part of a marina on Deal Creek. And they have a tavern license similar to this request, no off sale. And so with respect to the public need issue, I don't foresee any impact on these existing licenses. They've all been going concerns for quite a while, and they have their own established clientele. And this is a different type of thing, and I think unique because it has the historic perspective, which I think is something, as Mr. Schwat has mentioned, is to be embraced and appreciated here. So I think we have something unique here because of the historic character of this structure and the way that the plans are laid out to provide this use in the context of the oyster house. I don't think there's going to be any impact on any existing licenses, as I just mentioned. With respect to the public health, safety, and welfare, we expect, as Mr. Swat mentioned, we expect boaters to come, and we expect that some people may want to travel by car. There will be parking areas adjacent to the property, and I think that it's essentially one of the lower key operations that I've ever been involved with before the board. I did my own measurements, and I see that when you go across the creek to the Neiman Road area, I to the north I cited 437 feet to 1417 Neiman Road, and to the south 458 feet to Atwell Road, which is at the other end, the southern end of the Parish Creek area. So I can understand and appreciate that we have a level of opposition here. These are neighbors who are used to living on Neiman Road, and it's a quiet, delightful area. And there's concern about this type of use, but again, where the musicians will be and where the patrons will be is on the other side of the building from the residents on the Neiman Road area. And I think that you know, it's clear that there are concerns. But obviously, the business is not in operation. There's no license has been granted, and so there's a sense that this is going to be something that's going to impact the neighborhood in a negative way. I guess why that's all those people, why all the people are here, and I can appreciate their point of view. But nothing has happened yet, so there are no impacts that have affected anyone. And my personal opinion is that there's a public need. And there's not going to be any impact on existing licenses, and it is going to be actually an addition of some merit to the Shadyside area.
And Mr. Tullia, can you just briefly clarify in your expert opinion the term public need? Do you have any explanation of what that phrase means?
Yeah, in Maryland, the cited case is the Kwan case, where the court found that necessary in the context of need for a liquor license is a standard of convenience. And it means that the liquor license, if granted, would be convenient, useful, appropriate, suitable, and proper or conducive to the public in that area. So it is not a necessity. It is a convenient standard in the state of Maryland, and I think that what we have presented to the board today indicates that there is a public need for this
And just to clarify, Mr. Tullier, based on your review of the application materials and the testimony presented here tonight, do you foresee any issues related to crime, traffic, or parking due to the proposed business of the Oyster Tavern?
No, I do not. I really think this is going to be a low-key operation that only operates 7 months a year and has limited hours, and I don't foresee any problems with any of that public safety issue.
Would you agree that the concerns, or first of all, let me just ask, have you had an opportunity to review the letters that were submitted in opposition of this liquor license?
Yes, I did see them. Yeah.
And is it your opinion that those concerns that are addressed in the letters are addressed by the business model of the Oyster House, the application materials, and the testimony you've heard tonight?
Yes, I really think that it's obvious, when something is occurring that is brand new, that people would be curious and in fact be concerned. I understand that. But I think that what is proposed is not going to have an impact on the neighbors. It is a low-key affair, in my opinion.
Thank you. Those are the applicant's witnesses for tonight. I do have a closing. I don't know if that comes after testimony or if you'd like me to do that now.
Excuse me. I understand the concerns of the residents in the area, but my questions right now are focused on the Oyster House. You have a fairly large stage area, and what's your intent as far as the use of that stage area?
Guitar player, singer, could be a guitar player and a keyboardist and a singer, but that's it. I mean, what you see going on at a lot of waterfront establishments like this, Stan and Joe's, Pirates Cove, Stan and Joe's typically has 1 or 2 people. Their stage actually faces inward towards the residential community, but they typically have 1 or 2 people, and that's our intent. And as I've said, it's really local artists, local musical artists that play these different marinas and restaurants. It's usually 1 or 2 or 3 people. We're not looking to bring in a horn section. We're not looking to bring in a set of drums. The stage area happens to be a bit oversized, but that's due to ADA requirements and the fact that it just fits in the corner there. And so we have to have a ramp that leads up to the stage. That ramp is provided on the opposite side. It's the same ramp that people would use to get up to the bathrooms if they were in a wheelchair. And so the stage is slightly oversized, but that's more so because of where it is located. We do not anticipate, and my understanding is that the permit that we've requested has a maximum of 4 artists, and I don't think we would much often have 4 people.
Yeah, that's an entertainment permit that you're speaking of. What's your anticipated seating outside?
Picnic tables, really picnic tables. It's all picnic tables.
20 people, 30, 40?
Well, the drawing has a lot of picnic tables. I think the architect got a little overzealous with that.
Mhm.
But I think, seating outside would probably max out close to 50. It's a good sized area on this side of the Oyster House.
Mm-hmm.
Can I ask a brief follow-up question, or I just want to ask you to clarify the location of the seating in relation to any residential area?
Everything is on the opposite side of the building. So Neiman Road is across the creek. That's, I want to say, northwest, west. Sunset's over there. So Neiman Road is west, on the west side of the Oyster House. The stage and all of the seating is on the east side of the Oyster House. So it's all on the opposite side. That said, on the other side of the Oyster House, there's 30 slips where people come, keep their boats, and so there's activity at the marina. It's an active marina. People come and go on their boats, and but this, what we're talking about, is on the complete opposite side. Everything is on the opposite side. There isn't really any room on the other side of the building. There's a very narrow strip in between the building and the creek.
And your plans on Thursday through Sunday, what's your time target for your entertainment if it's allowed outside?
I think it would likely start in the afternoon and then would end at 9 o'clock. The establishment would be open till 10, but any music would be over by 9 o'clock. And again, there was comment about lighting. The only lighting we have planned outside are some string lights that would be over the picnic tables. Again, also on the opposite side of the Oyster House.
What's the purpose of the garage door? You said there's a change in the...
Right now, there's 5 entranceways into the Oyster House, and it's all double doors. They're old double doors. They're on the narrow side, and the idea of putting in the garage doors just to sort of open up that room. It is right on the water, so if you're in that room, you're looking directly out on the water and the docks of the marina. So it just gives a little more of a view, makes it a little easier for people coming in and out. So everybody isn't squeezing through a 5.5-foot opening.
All your anticipated entertainment, or music in this case, is it outside, or do you plan on having inclement weather or whatever inside?
There isn't really enough room inside.
I'm sorry?
The space that we're using is only about 600-700 square feet, so there really isn't any room to put, anybody inside to play music.
So,
the music is intended to be outside.
So therefore, all the entertainment would be outside as far as music goes, correct?
Yeah, there is no other type of entertainment. We don't have TV screens. We don't have Keno. It's not going to be a sports bar. There's none of that. This is, again, just really for day boaters. I am a day boater, and all day boaters are typically looking for is a place to stop and, you know, have a crush, maybe listen to some music. I mean, that's a weekend activity for a lot of people that live on the bay.
Have you had an opportunity to meet with the, we'll call it, excuse the expression, the opposing group?
No.
Has there been any community meetings or anything of that nature?
Nobody has reached out to me. I did read.
No. We didn't know about
Okay.
any of this.
The question is,
No notice.
This is not
all
how we
right,
do things.
one more time and you can go.
We appreciate you all having an opportunity to speak.
I'm sorry, I forgot the question.
All right.
Oh, I did not reach out to any of the opposition. I did read all of the letters, and I get it. I mean, I understand. I'm not going to try to characterize them. I understand what the concerns are. I do not believe the concerns, I don't want to say they're not valid, because anybody's concerns are valid, but I don't think that they're warranted. And again, I live in the area. I'm not looking, and I have two very good friends that live on Neiman Road who know about this and completely support it, but didn't want to come here and testify because they are friends with the opposition. But I don't believe that the concerns here are warranted. I plan on being a conscientious operator, a conscientious neighbor. I'm already a conscientious neighbor. And so, but when we first came in and could see who the people were, and as the room emptied out, it became obvious who the opposition was. I asked my attorney if I should approach them and chat with them, and you know, she
Don't.
Okay.
Wait a minute.
We don't need to go that far.
So I didn't.
Under advice of your attorney?
Correct.
Okay. Next question. If the board was to approve this, and this is if, would you be willing to provide these neighbors and all your neighbors with a direct number or a way for them to be in touch with you if either
my
the
cell phone
music
number.
is too loud or something is
Yeah,
too...
of course. I'm happy to give them my cell phone number. They can reach out to me directly. My house is barely a quarter mile from here. So I'm at the marina often. I am very sensitive to noise. I often wake up at 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning to the radio blaring on the the crab, the crab in that
The quiet oyster.
yeah, out on the water. So again, we're not looking to create anything that will offend people. I would like to think that after we open, that the folks that live nearby will come over, will enjoy what we've created, will take some pleasure in seeing the Oyster House and celebrating that history.
Couple other very quick questions. If the board was to approve the new license, but not approve any outdoor service, how would that affect your consideration as far as moving forward?
There isn't enough room inside the building to seat people. It's just, again, if you look at the plans.
So you're dependent upon the outdoor service?
Yeah,
area?
and it is a marina. There's already people that come
No, I understand.
and sit at our picnic tables and eat and drink. People on boats are often eating and drinking. This is all going on already. So, no, we would not be doing this if we couldn't have outdoor seating. That's the
Okay.
whole point of enjoying the water and the.
Brings me to the next question. If the outdoor seating or outdoor service is approved by this board, but no music, would
I
that
think-
be something that would affect you?
Sorry.
You're welcome to talk to your attorney
Yeah.
before you answer.
Oh, I was pretty much going to say that. Okay. I wouldn't want to concede to no music outside. I think every place that you go to like this has music outside.
Okay.
And many of them are, close. But yeah, we wouldn't, I think if you got rid of the service outside and or got rid of the music outside, I think it becomes a fairly boring place. And
Okay, thank you. The last question, if the board were to decide to agree to a form of entertainment but restrict you to two instruments, and that would be either a singer and a guitar or whatever, rather than 4 or more, would that be something that you could live with? And I'm only throwing these out because we don't know.
I appreciate the
And we
question.
haven't even heard from the opposition.
When we were deciding what type of permit to apply for, 2 seemed pretty restrictive. Again, what happens if you want to have 2 guitarists and a singer? So we opted to apply for the license that would allow us to have 4 people.
If I can, just 1 second.
Mm-hmm. Got it.
Okay.
The answer is if the board sees it fit to limit us to 2 performers, we would agree to that. We might be back at a future date after we prove ourselves to the neighborhood, but if the board sees it that way, we could certainly restrict ourselves. There's a lot of music artists
Sure.
that just come with 1 person.
And you see where I'm going with this whole line of questioning.
Of course I do.
I'm allowing them to hear what you may or may not do. You're allowing the board to understand your position so we can make a decision. And I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Madam Commissioner, question. Now the turn to testify for the opposition. As has been the board's policy since prior to my becoming counsel for the board, testimony will be limited to 2 minutes per person. I think there's a stop clock that we have. The opponents do not have any opportunity to cross-examine the applicant either. So, yes, ma'am, do you have a
May I
question?
cede my time to someone else?
Yeah, it's a big little clock that she's got that everyone
So I
can.
can cede my time to this gentleman here?
I'll take it. No, I'm sorry, ma'am. I thought you said, can you see it? I apologize.
No, I said cede.
My apologies. No. No. Yes, sir.
I'd like to motion the board for submittal to the record, my motion for the continuance.
You can insert that in, absolutely. We've already ruled on it, but you can absolutely hand it up,
But-
sir.
This is the documentation, thank you. 5 copies as I was guided by your personnel.
I just want to renew my objection for the motion for what it's worth, but I understand it has been rolled on.
I think it'd be in all the opponents' best interest to have the testimony be less redundant if possible, so that each of you can, and you can testify to the same thing if you'd like 10 times, or each of you can testify to something different, but you each have 2 minutes. Michelle, are you ready? Yes, sir. Do you have a question?
Name is John Weiss, and I'm going to make a record. First of all, I will object for the record to the limitation on our time.
Thank you, sir.
Secondly, I will object for the record for the signage. This was not posted. The sign was hidden around where nobody could see it. It was not pasted conspicuously on the premises, which is this whole building. They could have put it on the road. They hid it.
I understand, sir. And just to respond to your objections, because I have
My
to,
time.
I have to respond to them on the record. They are both overruled. It is
Okay.
my understanding that the sign was posted and the inspector went out and checked on it.
All right. This is not a tavern. Under your rules, a tavern must be in a building with an entrance door to the street or a public road. Based on this, it doesn't do that. It must have a window or glass on the street or highway with an unobstructed view at all hours. This plan does not provide for that. The the bar is 10%. The seating and the music and the stuff outside is 90%. This is not a tavern, this is some kind of entertainment facility they're trying to do. In terms of the noise, we are very concerned about the noise. It's clear the music is going to be outside, it's going to be amplifiers, a keyboard has an amplifier, guitars have amplifiers, those should be turned off. Sundown, under your rules, and earlier, because I'm trying to raise my autistic grandson, who's going to be impacted by this because we are in sight and sound of this facility. We think the whole thing is premature because this has not been through OPZ. It is not, this is in the critical area. If they're going to do stuff on the bulkhead, the Army Corps is going to have to be involved, and we will be challenging the construction permits. My time is up. Thank you very much.
Name for the record, sir?
Peter Lom. So I'd like to follow up on my statement around the continuance. The was based on the inadequacy of the review by the zoning board. It did not address 2 grave sites located on the facility. Also, I'd like to point out that this marina has been in existence as a quiet place supporting some of the activities that was mentioned by Mr. Schatz for about 50 years. There has been no waterfront tavern. There's been no tavern in Shadyside for 100 years. Not sure why we need one now. In addition, I want to point out that 50-year history that in the most recent acquisition of the property, there is several unaddressed violations of construction. Removal of a boat ramp made with oyster shells, seawall construction and fill, which did not include any Corps of Engineers work, an open gas tank that is still unresolved. And according to the inspector today, they are pursuing legal challenge on this and follow up right now. So my question is, how do we have that trust that's being asked for? And this needs to, reach outcomes in both directions. So I really want to point out that the sensitivity of this area, we live with oystermen, we live with watermen, we live with the current commercial marinas, we live with our seawall builders and our pile drivers. Fine. It's a limited exposure. It is a very tranquil place. We live with the Oyster Bay folks, as well, the oyster recovery folks and the pumps. But this is a consistent noise, a consistent process, and we bought into it, and it's been that way for 50 years. And this is a dramatic change that will challenge the basis of that residential community.
I just want to put on the record that we denied the postponement request. We do appreciate it. It is my understanding that zoning has reviewed this application and has indicated to us that it is permissive at this location. There may be outstanding issues. Our rules require that they be in compliance before the license is issued. I anticipate that Ms. Wheatley is aware of that and that will occur.
I'd like to submit that for the record.
Want to just put on the record that I do object to any sort of testimony about alleged violations that are not under the jurisdiction of this board and are unfounded at this time.
Thank you.
I challenge you're unfounded.
Sir?
I have the documentation here.
Sir?
Hey.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, my name is George Riley. I am not a lawyer. I am way outside of my comfort zone on all of this. I did submit written testimony, which has been read and dismissed by them. I hope you guys will read it and take it to heart. We are deeply concerned about noise, lights, boat traffic, environmental impact. I'm not going to rehash all the stuff I wrote here. I'd like to talk about some things that came up. There's already been a discrepancy. Counsel for the applicant claims hours are going to be from 1 to 11 p.m. Music's going to stop at 10. The applicant said, well, it's only going to be till 10 p.m. and the music's going to stop at 9. So where are we? There seems to be no agreement between them on what's going to happen. The plans indicate 88 seats outside. They claim that they're only going to have 50, but the plans show 88. Is that the slippery slope we go down, that they start at 50 and next thing we know we're at 88 seats? I'm concerned about that. They're being very disingenuous on how they're representing the stage. It is on the far corner of the building. I can see the complete stage from my house. It is on the corner that is exposed to the open part of the creek. So those of us that are over on the Neiman side can see the stage from it is not like the whole building is blocking the music. it's viewable from us over on that side over there. The applicant said that he lives over across from Stan and Joe's and he hardly hears anything. Stan and Joe's is like over a quarter mile across the river from where he's at. We're about 300 feet. We routinely hear people talking on their boats over at Leatherbury. We can hear their conversations. Amplified music coming from a corner stage that's visible to all of us over there is going to ruin our lives. I don't care if they try and make it. I appreciate the history of Leatherbury. I absolutely do. I think it's a wonderful building. It's a beautiful building. It's one of the things that we were thoroughly impressed with when we went over, and I've seen the drawings, and it's very neat. The crab at BWI was designed by them. I mean, there's some really neat stuff there. But a tavern in our little creek where it's going to impact all of us, I think it's unacceptable.
Thank you, sir. Who's next? Sir? Please state your name for the record.
Peter Nesbitt. I own a sailboat that I keep at Leatherbury Marina. I'm not part of the so-called resident opposition. I just ask that you don't lump everybody together in the same group. 1 week ago today, while I was at the marina, I stumbled across the notification for the hearing. The sign was posted on the backside of the abandoned building that sits at the center of the site. Anyone driving onto the property and parking in the lot would not see it. I could walk straight to my boat from the parking lot back to my car and leave the property without having seen it. During multiple visits to my boat over the past week, I asked other boaters who have slips there if they'd seen the sign. I asked 5 people, not one of them had seen the sign. The site we were discussing is the end of a narrow 2-lane road with 3 dangerous 75 to 90-degree turns. The gravel driveway to the property is no wider at present than a residential driveway. I realize that could change. I moved my boat to the marina in part for these reasons. It is out of the way, a little hard at first to find, and extremely quiet. When I sit on the back of my boat, I look out across the creek to a small number of houses and I see a marshy shoreline. I do not face other marinas. I also opted to rent a slip at the marina because it is a naturalist paradise. Blue herons hang out on the marina docks and pilings, as do osprey and many other shoreline birds. We have seen woodpeckers, orioles, mockingbirds, and other birds. I'm worried that the noise and the activity with this tavern would impact the environment negatively. Leatherbury Marina is quiet. It is not a bustling marina. There are at most 4 to 5 cars in the parking lot on a busy day. A tavern will bring noise that will echo across the creek, not only in the form of music, but delivery trucks and the normal sounds of an outdoor waterfront tavern. It'll bring a lot of light to what is now a relatively dark site. I assume there must be light at the parking lots. There must be, there's big windows on the site. There's going to be light emanating from those sites. It'll bring trash and other waste to the site. That concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Again, I'd like to renew an objection about the sign posting. It was inspected and approved by the board.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Name for the record, please.
Heather Carr, 1421 Neiman Road.
Thank you.
This proposed building is basically in my backyard. I'm an old woman with cancer, and I can throw a rock and hit the building from my yard. So that's where you're proposing putting a bar, and it is a bar. It's not a restaurant. It's not a gym. James Taylor is not going to show up and play music there. It's going to be a bar. That's what Shadyside supports. I welcome you to come and look at our beautiful environment on Neiman Road. The other side of the creek is indeed commercial, but our side is extremely quiet, extremely pleasant. There are families that live there. People with children live there. We don't, not need to sleep on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday and need to wait for it to rain to have peace and quiet. We have it now. We've had it for 50 years on the creek. That marina has been a very pleasant mom and pop marina for 50 plus years. This is a huge change, and I think it's a little disingenuous to say that we just don't understand. I live in Shadyside. I know the demographics of the area. I am also a boater. If you build a bar, they will come and they will party. They're not just going to party in that 10-foot square. They're going to walk all over the whole marina, drinking beer, partying, carrying on. So it will fundamentally change what is right now an extremely pleasant neighborhood. And I will just reiterate what they said about getting to this place. The channel for mariners is extremely narrow, constant shenanigans, people running aground, and the roads are treacherous to get there. Swales on either side, no middle stripe, very narrow driveway width. 90-degree turns, probably 5 of them to get to this place. Parking at this facility is also terrible. There isn't sufficient parking. So unless he's planning on knocking some buildings down over there, there isn't. So anyway, I appreciate your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Sir?
Hi, I'm Bob Ottenhoff. I live at 1452 East West Shady Side, so just a little bit around the corner. I can't add more to the articulate comments of my neighbors other than to mention I was really disappointed that there wasn't more outreach to inform the community about what was being planned. Yes, there was the sign. There's a debate about how visible that sign was. I have a boat, but I don't go into Parish Creek to look for that sign in front of the Leatherberry marina. And so I had no way of knowing about this. I'm a frequent patron of Shadyside Market and Driftwood Diner, which were mentioned as being very close to this proposed development, but I was unable or never learned anything about this development there. So it has not been a friendly project up until now to our community. We didn't know about it. There were no notices given to our community. We learned it only very recently. Many of us were not given really an opportunity because of the lack of notice to submit comments in advance. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, my name is Nathan Fincher, 1470 East West Shadyside Road, and I'm coming from a family standpoint. My wife and I moved to Shadyside 9 years ago, and our kids were very small then, very loud. And I think what the biggest appeals for us is how quiet it was in the playground, in the park down the street, with the kayak boat launch that Park and Rec has provided. And I joke with my neighbors about my kids being the loudest thing around. I mean, it is absolutely silent at my house if my kids aren't yelling and screaming. And now they're teenagers, so they're not as loud. Maybe they're yelling with one another, but they're not. And I feel bad on Sundays to go out and to do work, right? To run some of my machines or run my chainsaw to cut my firewood, because it's just that pleasant, all right? That's going to stop. That's going to stop if this happens. My son, who I just bought a fishing kayak for, I'm going to be concerned about him going down the creek now, right? Because we're going to have boaters, we're going to have them coming in, they're going to have their crushes, their 2, their 4, their 5, and they're going to be zooming on out, and that concerns me, So thank you for hearing my voice. My voice is important.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am, did you want to speak? Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Wheatley, in rebuttal.
Yes. First of all, I want to thank everyone for being here tonight, the board members included, and thank you for sitting here and listening and hearing us out. And, again, we just ask really for the opportunity to give this business a chance. It meets all zoning requirements. It is zoned marina. It is a permitted use in the county. We are not saying that we're not asking for something that's going to be completely silent. We are asking for something that is contemplated by the zoning code, meaning that there is an impact that is already contemplated in that permitted use. However, that comes with restrictions and respect for the neighbors, which this board and the state code implements very thorough policies to regulate these types of uses, which the licensee is aware of. If there are, sufficient noise complaints or complaints about drinking outside of the roped area, the licensee will be brought before this board again. So they understand that. The licensee understands that there are policies and regulations to follow, and they fully intend to follow them. I will correct for the record, based on the testimony, and I consulted with my client, we are prepared to end entertainment at 9 p.m., which is consistent with the other restaurants and taverns that are somewhat similar to this business, including Stan and Joe's, Pirates Cove, the Boathouse, all have similar entertainment ending at 9 p.m. So just in response to some of the testimony we heard, the inspector did approve the sign. This property is unique in the sense that it is on the water, and most of the property is surrounded by water. So as far as a sign being posted on the premises, that happened and that was approved. There are boaters coming in, there are people that are driving coming in. There's not going to be a perfect location. If you put it on the side of the water, someone's going to complain that they didn't see it by car. If you put it on the car side, someone's going to complain they can't see it by boat. So we did the best we could based on the instructions that the inspector provided us. As far as planning and zoning review goes, that has been done. We have a letter from planning and zoning saying that they have no objection for this use. This permit is also going through planning and zoning review, as well as health department, fire department. All the other departments in Anne Arundel County have to look at this permit before this license is even issued. That includes parking, that includes lights, that includes electrical, plumbing, everything, handicap accessible. So we're fully intending to comply with Anne Arundel County on the permitting aspect of that. And as far as planning and zoning, I don't want to repeat myself. It meets the code requirements. Grave sites, we've never heard of them. Historic preservation has been out there. You've heard from the applicant. He has thorough experience in restoring historic properties like this. He has the knowledge, he has the experience, he has the respect for properties like this. If there was anything of value or of historic nature, he is going to work. He is the licensee you'd want to be working on this type of project. Again, there were discussions of violations that are not under this board's jurisdiction, so I'd ask that those not be given any weight. I wasn't provided any evidence of them, and frankly, this is a new use, again, a new opportunity for someone to show that they can follow the rules and regulations that are set in place. We've clarified it's acoustic music, 2 to 3 musicians. We are open to a limit on 2 if that is what the board feels is best. Again, that's at the effort of trying to be as respectful as we can to the neighbors while also being allowed to use this property in a way that is permitted. Lights will be turned off after operating hours. They are not going to be on all night. They are string lights just to make sure that the area is illuminated where people are walking and driving in and, going to their boats if they have, docked at the slips. We don't want to minimize any of the concerns. We're not here to do that tonight. We're here to address those concerns and assure the board that we will take all necessary steps to make sure that this is a neighborhood-friendly environment, with the caveat that this is not the only commercial retail use in the area. I think as far as notice goes, if they're here tonight, they got notice. That's the purpose of the sign and the agenda and everything is so that people can have an opportunity to come here and speak, and they were afforded that opportunity. I also do want to note, as far as the concerns about the boating traffic and slips and people navigating the waterways, this is one of 3 marinas in the area. There are hundreds of slips in this area, and there are plenty of boating traffic that exists already. The licensee, as I believe he testified to, and if he hasn't, I'll make this a proffer, but he has entered into an agreement with Anne Arundel County to provide the public with access to 2 boat ramps that are at the Parish Creek Marina, which is directly south from the Leatherberry Point Marina. It's owned by a separate entity that the licensee is a part of. That is already affording the public the opportunity to traverse this creek. So it's already open to the public, as is.
If I could just quickly add, the reason that we have our ramps being used for public use is because directly across the creek at Discovery, where the county did have a lease and had built a public boat ramp, that lease for some reason terminated. So there was already public access to water on the creek, and so there was already that boat traffic there. Now it'll be monitored because we have employees, whereas the other ramp was not.
And just to reiterate what Mr. Toulier testified earlier, the definition of public need is not that it has to be an absolute necessity on the property. It is something that is convenient, useful, appropriate, suitable, proper, and conducive to the end sought. This is a suitable use for the property. It's one of the only limited uses that they can do at this building. So I believe that it's useful for the property, it's beneficial to the public, and I think it is going to have a great impact on this neighborhood. And I'd ask that you'd give those support letters that we gave you the weight that they deserve. We were given the opposition only on Friday. You know, they're written in response to that, and I think they address a lot of those concerns as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wheatley. I believe the board has chosen to hold the decision and write a written opinion.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate everyone coming out tonight. Thank you.
Good night. Sir. Yeah. All right, wait a minute. Hearing is adjourned. Yeah.